Hello, everyone. Santir here, and I need to remember what I was doing. I think, because the last couple of weeks, for those who maybe are watching the playlist for the Unlock All Skills quest, what a bar. The last couple of weeks, I have been checking out new stuff. Okay, this is exactly what I thought it was. So I haven't been doing my quest to unlock all skills. I included, I think, one of those VODs in this playlist because I was doing stuff on this particular account, but the point remains. Yeah, sure, I guess I'm going to keep using this bar. The point remains that I have been doing my... I was doing other things, so I was like a little bit disoriented about like, where are we now? That's right, I was regenning Elias. Maybe Livia. I don't know. I remember the weird bar now that I'm kind of doing things, but it's been a hot minute. Anyway, I hope everyone is doing well. A little tired, but it's not the worst. I would have liked to have gotten to sleep a little bit earlier last night, but I am here now and looking forward to finishing her Flameseeker Prophecies book. Now I need to figure out what I'm doing next. I think I was wanting to advance my Necromancer more, so that might be what I do next, in fact. Or maybe I wanted to get my Mesmer up through some Eye of the North areas to get to like an Aptitude and stuff. We'll have to see. Yeah, she's the BIP. So we'll go for some passive regen. By the way, apropos of nothing in particular, I noticed that they were doing some updates to some of the stuff, and one of the things makes it sound like perhaps Preservation has improved AI, the spirit itself, which is very interesting to me. I kind of would like to do the bonus just to get it out of the way. Yeah, this character has nothing towards Ascalon. At some point in time, like, there's currently no value in my quest for unlocking all skills to getting this character to Ascalon. It's just not useful. But I kind of want to get there. This is taking up so much screen real estate. I kind of want to get there at some point in time. But that probably won't be until after I've finished the quest for unlocking all skills and develop other considerations. It'd be interesting if this had like a ends automatically if their health is below a certain amount clause. Watchful Spirit, I mean. Kind of like some of the Dervish stuff. Watchful Healing, I think. I can't check. I don't have any Dervishes going on in my party right now. I might not even have that skill unlocked for all I know. Like, not worth it to do anything but watch Sosuke burn everything down. I forget exactly the way to get to the bonus. I think it is up here, though. Like, I remember the other part, but the first part of getting the seed is the one that I like don't necessarily do a ton. Yeah, okay, I am going the right way, so it is follow the southern path. I'm gonna flag my heroes here. I don't think they're gonna go aggro, but I need these guys to finish their conversation. I will say, I am excited about other game stuff too, but Guild Wars 2 had a big update, Subnautica 2 came into early access. I'm happy to have gotten that Dragon Quest XI video done as well. That's one that I'd been wanting to do. For those who don't know what I'm talking about, on my YouTube channel, I released a video analyzing, to some extent, the design of Dragon Quest XI. It kind of probably goes more broad than deep. But I need that vine seed. Thank you. Now I have the privilege of walking slower for the entire rest of the next half of this mission or whatever. But it's something that I was wanting to do, just kind of like thinking through all of it, because there's just a lot to look at and a lot to sort of learn and think about. And I don't know if I entirely was satisfied with like the depth that I went to, but I kind of felt like it was reasonable. I don't know. It's always hard to tell with that sort of stuff. Or it can be. This is the path I want. Coming at this from a weird angle. But anyway, I am happy to have done it. I feel like it lets me put Dragon Quest XI sort of behind me, so I can move on. This is in fact not the path I want. Which I have other games that I'm wanting to get to, so it's kind of like a mental setting it down. But I did enjoy Dragon Quest XI a good bit, so I'm not gonna like relitigate the stuff from that video. I was honestly expecting it to be a bit longer, but I don't know, it's interesting the sort of stories that one becomes interested in. Yeah, I think I need to go across that vine above me, so I'm kind of wrapping around awkwardly. Like, this place is not as complicated as it might initially seem, but it is definitely complex. I am quite impressed with the new dungeons they made in this game, though. I'd be curious to know what else they make in the future as they like continue to refine their understanding of the technologies and the development pipeline and stuff. So one of the things 2 Weeks was saying is because they had the stream from the anniversary that I watched, and one of the people from 2 Weeks there, and he was saying like they are having to figure out a lot of the tools in the pipeline for making Guild Wars 1 stuff. which is super understandable. Like, you know, this stuff is things that they haven't really touched in, or nobody has like touched in super detail in years. So like a lot of the knowledge for working with the tools has been lost over time, and so they're kind of like having to almost rediscover how everything works. And of course, that's going to make things complicated. It's going to make it hard to make new stuff, and so they're doing things to figure it out as they go to some extent. The mobile port is also, it's not exciting for me because I don't game on mobile. Like my idea of mobile gaming is a Game Boy, not my phone. I don't do a whole lot with my phone, to be honest. I mostly check texts, occasionally phone calls if I have to, and the Magic Companion app, which I need to remember to update. I'm realizing, but it was telling me there's an update when I went to play Magic last, and I didn't install it at the time because I wanted to play Magic, not deal with... Ooh, it is really raining outside. Not deal with phone stuff. I think I might take Livia away from Resto BIP and make her channel BIP. Potentially. Oh, actually opens up a skill slot in Sosuke as well. It's kind of a goofy build we've got going on here. I mean, the problem with running a BIP is you do feel like you're spending all of your time healing the BIP. Honestly, we probably don't really need a BIP right now either. Yeah. Probably don't. But I'll change things up for Bloodstone Fen, I think. Oh, hey, cutscene. Thanks, cutscene. Also, I'd like to say happy anniversary to the Guild Wars Slow Playthrough series. Would have celebrated its 6th, I think, anniversary on the on Monday. So that's kind of a major milestone for it, I suppose, in a way. That was a good series. Not that I've gone back to watch it. I'm too busy watching other like stuff. I don't have an objection to going back to watching my content. Like I've sometimes watched some of the videos from my sister and I recorded playthroughs of Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, and I have watched back some of those. It's always very interesting doing so because like the person I'm watching is making the exact same comments I'm thinking because it's me. It's kind of funny. But I think this curves around up here. Oh goodness, Russ is going to make this Signet of Devotion take forever. There's lots of things that I want to spend time watching, so don't necessarily feel like I have the time to go back and watch my own stuff, but I certainly appreciate the people who do. The Signet of Devotion was a mistake. I didn't need that Signet of Spirits then either. But there's a lot of significant stuff in that playthrough, so... I kind of like how this bonus sort of, to some extent, is based on knowledge that we got from later stuff. The next one, I guess. Also, they used, I think, this model, but just changing the icons for the Covenant of the Gods thing that lets you enter Reforge mode and such. Oh yeah, I updated my screenshots folder. The other one was getting rather full. Don't need no life bonds, choking things up. Did I get life bond on this character? Yeah, but not a life barrier. I should probably do a skill capping spree. Actually. Once I finish the next mission. Oh my goodness, these rusts. I don't usually think about rust, but you're really trying to make me here. That's for sure. I mean, it just happens to line up well against my build, but... Wow, those guys are already reducing my elemental damage. So much better with Painful Bond. Painful Bond adds a bunch of damage to Signal Spirits. I didn't really need to cast the second one, but I kind of fat-fingered in between the two, so... Here we are. I did. Hi. The humans have caught wind of this plot of yours. A snowy centaur hide. Isn't that from the Meguma? Or not the Meguma, from, like, Orless Pass? I think it might be. Anyway, that's that bonus. I'm not going to bother with the one in Bloodstone Fen, though. That one sucks. I mean, this one's in a bit of an annoying detour, but... Not like that one. Water. I don't know. It's been weird. Like, I got sick several weeks ago, and I think there's still some allergy stuff lingering. I don't know. I've been having lingering congestion issues. Like, not major, thankfully, at this point, but, like, just enough that it's sometimes an irritant. I don't know for sure if it's lingering stuff from that cold or whatever it is that I had, or if it's allergies, a little bit of a mix. Who knows? Yeah, I have no idea. That's also welcome, Funhiz. It's good to see you. I have no idea if it's an intentional part of the lore or just an accidental drop thing. That's definitely interesting. Snowy centaur hide. Not what I was expecting to get there. Is it up this way? Hang on. I don't think so. No, because we go across this bridge, right? Getting myself all sorts of confused around here. I tend to like to skip the wilds because you can, which is why I'm here doing it now at the, like, after I have beaten all of the campaigns. Just to finish this book. Yeah, because we need to go... There's a destination up there? I think it's down here, right? But we need to, like, curve around through this waterway and then go back up and... I don't know. One of the things that's interesting about this game is the minimap is very not useful until you've actually been there. No, this is not the way I want to go. It kind of looks like it would be, but it's not. What if I don't want it to shatter enchantments? Mm-hmm. Ascalon Academy, THK, Rings of Fire, Abaddon's Mouth, Hell's Precipice. Yeah, right? Have people been doing runs again? Like Drox runs and stuff? I mean, I don't know that they ever entirely went away, but... Like, I remember back in the day... Like... Okay, yeah. They're giving you a clue of where to go. Back in the day, this is pre-factions back in the day. Like, the spot to get max armor was Darkner's Forge. Like, that was the earliest spot to get it, and was that the only place to get it that that wasn't elite armor? It might have been. That sounds correct, actually. But regardless, my point is that getting a run to Drox was, like, a huge service in the game, I guess. I was going to say industry, but that doesn't sound right. But Drox runs were a big deal. And there would be power leveling that you could do. People would power level while farming trolls. It's like, yeah, bring your level 2 character along. Excuse me. That, you got a Drox run with. So you could... Beacon's Perch was loaded with people doing Drox runs. Usually, for some reason, my brain says they're about 2 plat, but I don't remember. There are a few platinum per run, and you could bring... Like, it was a decent way to make some money, I suppose. One of my things got stripped. Whose is it? Livia's. But yeah, Drox runs were a huge thing. And then factions came out, and what happened with that is Drox runs lost a lot of value. I mean, it's still useful for getting through prophecies, and people still did them, but and it was so cool, like, the world design supported being able to do that, being able to do a run from Drockner's, or from Beacon's Perch to Drockner's Forge. And honestly, that's something that I kind of like about the design of prophecies. But regardless, the point that I'm getting at is when factions came out, you could get to LA and from there head over to Cantha in order to be able to get max armor. So it decreased the value of a Drox run tremendously, being able to do that. So it definitely had a negative impact, shall we say, on the popularity of them. But I still think it's really cool, like that is a thing that worked and could be done. And here, let me give you some energy with the snowstorm that you're chasing. Ho 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 ho. Heh. Run yourself to places. Yeah. I feel like runs to Sanctum K are maybe a little bit more, like to LA and Sanctum K are a little bit more useful than Drox runs at this point, but of course that's definitely your mileage may vary sort of deal. I have done those sorts of runs though. I haven't done Drox runs, but I have done like Ascalon City to LA to Sanctum K. But it's been a while. Although I've done like treks on like this account from LA to Sanctum K quite a few times. Or often, oh, I walked into the cutscene trigger just as I tried to hit the map button, so that threw me off. But like, you know, I would do like Beetleton, Nebo, or like Bergen Hot Springs to TOA, down to Fisherman's to Sanctum K sort of thing. I mean, if you've been watching this, you know what I'm talking about. Oh, can Avenia die here? Not bad. She's got a good heal area. She'll probably be fine. Didn't know if you procrastinated on that bridge that she'd fall under attack, but here we are. I'd like to grab these gold coin drops. Thanks. Okay, Bloodstone 10. Yeah, it's also like an early spot to get some elite skills that is useful. The attribute points is pretty useful, and like you get to Drox once you're done with it. It also gets you TOA or Tomb of the Primeval Kings access technically as well, which is useful. This gear is probably, yeah, pretty low value stuff, so it's not really worth identifying. I will salvage that though. Okay, I wanted to change up my team comp / bar and whatnot. Where is... I have found the answer to my query over here. I have a bit of Bloodstone Fen area unlocked from getting Elias. Luxon Totem. I must have stuck that in my inventory to make room for something else in the bank, though I couldn't tell you what. I'm gonna go ahead and stick it over here. See, I think I'm good to just merch all of this stuff. Bow has improved sale value. I'm like, yeah, that explains why it has any value whatsoever. Yeah. When you have enough cheap stuff, it does add up to a bit of money you can squirrel away. Okay. Yeah. All right, let's... I don't think I really need... Olivia. Let's slot in... Let's slot in General Morgan, actually. There's a lot of going around here. I don't have incoming, but he does have fallback. Kind of want to go get incoming, but never mind that. Defensive Anthem is fine. Not exciting, just fine. There's no reason for this to be under command. It doesn't scale with command in any way. I think I have some motivation skills. Okay, I have Song of Purification. Some is doing a lot of heavy lifting there. I could see giving him empathic removal. That's a decent, like, just general purpose spell. I don't think I'm going to, but I could see doing it. Whatever, this is probably fine. Okay, now I need to give myself a real bar, because this is... Whatever this is, it's not a real bar. What do I want to do, though? What sounds fun? I want to see how Healer's Covenant feels with the buffs that they gave it. Let's do that. Actually, given that, I think I am going to go ahead and give him this instead of Defensive Anthem. The reason is because it gives more cleansing power to my party if General Morgan and Elias are both doing it. Let's see. Healing prayers. Kind of wish I had a remove all skills from bar button, but here we are. I definitely want Healing Breeze. Healing Breeze is really important with something like this. Healing Whisper becomes interesting. Vigorous Spirit is also good with something like this. I'll keep Heal Party. It certainly looks less good. Might try like Healing Ribbon, Jamie's Gaze. Signet Rejuve. I'm going to see how this plays, because, like, Healer's Covenant is definitely, like, one of those skills that I've generally considered to be bad, but with that update, it might be okay. You're on Rip Paragon, just have permanent plus 33%. IMS Vocal, Sug Along, incoming and fallback. Yeah, with, General Morgan's stats, he's also fine. Like at 14, it's 10-second duration at 14 command. So if I had incoming, I could also have permanent increased move speed, but I can't do that until I actually unlock incoming, which is the main problem at the moment. Main thing holding me back, as it were. Okay, well, I'm going to try this, see how this goes. Like, I'm definitely taking a hit to my energy, but it is also being... You know, I have Healing Whisper. Okay, that didn't work quite the way I wanted, but like, Healing Whisper is 1 energy with this, which is absolutely nutso. Like, I will regenerate all of the energy that I need to cast it in the time it takes for it to recharge. And, like, Vigorous Spirit is 1 energy under this, you know? And it's just like, this might be strong enough to make Healer's Covenant actually feel like a real build. Of course, I do have the problem that self-heals are challenging, and right now my only self-heals like, I have the Signet that can target me, Healing Breeze can target me. I probably actually, in retrospect, should have brought, instead of Healing Ribbon, probably should have brought Healing Touch. I don't think it's going to be important enough for me to want to reset for that, but that's definitely something that I should have thought about. There's the Bloodstone. I do like how often we look down at the Bloodstone Basin, even if it does take us a while to get there. I kind of don't want to do the bonus. I probably should do the bonus. But divine favor bonuses are not affected by the Healer's Covenant reduction either. Heal Party is still a lot of energy, but if this was a little bit better about its prioritization of targets, it would be a potentially very useful spell here, but yeah, it definitely Can't Touch This is surprisingly useful in a lot of areas. There's a lot of touch necros and prophecies, yeah. It says Jade Scarabs. They like to give them touch skills. Vile Touch, Vampiric Touch, or Vampiric... Is it Vampiric Bite? Whatever it is. I don't remember 100% the name at the moment. Release enchantments might actually be vaguely good with this. So could actually Contemplation of Purity. Something to think about a little bit, I suppose. Minions are absorbing a lot of damage here. The thing about the bonus in this one is also just like finding it. Yeah, Dwayne of Sorrow is useful on minions for sure. Although minions are also a reason to not do the bonus because they will mess it up. Off. Wait, is that? Yeah, okay, that's the way it came. Yeah, I'm not. I was not planning on doing the bonus when I started the mission. think they might have done it. I think they might have made healers breeze, just like maybe a 3 or 4 star elite. Definitely, like, is not. I forget what I rated it before, but it's definitely a heck of a lot better than whatever its previous rating was. Like, I think it's actually worth bringing now. I'll have to experiment with some more, particularly in higher pressure situations, because this is not that. Might be more of a 2, because it's like specific skills that synergize well with, but certainly is no longer a 1. Like, what was my other heal for here? If I target Elias, it's 152. 152 health for 6 energy feels reasonable, honestly. Have I wandered into the bonus area? Where the heck am I? Definitely feel like I took a weird turn somewhere. Maybe not. Maybe I'm just feeling confused. Yeah, I should absolutely have Healing Touch on this bar instead of Healing Ribbon. I'm like very low key regretting that, but not like big key. Just very low key. Don't feel like I need Signet of Rejuve either. Like, the energy management is not necessary with this elite. So far, it's not proven to be necessary at any rate. Yeah, and that spawns some Moss Scarabs to annoy us. Oh, of course. Yeah, he's healing from running with fallback on him. Yeah, there's like hard mode introduced some anti-minion stuff in various spots, as I recall. Some of the Verada skills. Okay. Curving back around. Blade Scout Rider. It's like, if you want to continue, go for it. Maybe ignoring my entire party to focus on me was a mistake. Good job, Moobot. Probably one of those obnoxious bots that are like, buy views. I'm like, that buying views is so non-helpful. You want an audience, and buying views is the opposite of an audience. Hey, Salty Grease. Yeah, that is definitely a big part of new PC mode. The installing everything phase. You shattered my enchantments. How rude. It's nice if you're moving hard drives over and you have stuff that stays installed on those, as it were. Yeah. I'm like, no, I do not want OneDrive to do backup for me. Is that the direction towards the bonus? I think it is. I'm not going there. I might have missed the path. I don't know. The path of the bonus is weird and wonky. Honestly, I'm with the people that are like, please bring back Windows 7. And like, I get it. One of the challenges that Windows has is trying to find the balance between, like, how do I want to phrase this? Power users, enterprise users, and people who do not want to learn their way around a computer, like my mom. And it's like, you know, it's a balancing act, right? Because the more features are there, like, it's possible for people to mess things up. But like, at a certain point, it'd be really nice for them to just not remove features and instead put like advanced menus and stuff. I don't know. It's like, it's the same bloody problem that you have with video games, though, where like there'll be people who think they are more advanced than they are, and those people get themselves into trouble all the time, and then you create IT nightmares or whatever. It's just like, you can't tutorialize your way around player behavior. And at some point, you just have to accept that some people are going to get themselves into trouble because they're not going to pay attention. There's nothing you can do about it. Just literally nothing. But, you know, you read those stories of people who are like zipping their Windows folder or deleting it or whatever. And it's like, yeah, you need to, like, how do you deal with that? You know? How do you deal with people who are messing everything up for themselves? I guess at a certain point you just have to accept that there's a stupid tax. There's a crude way of putting it, but like, they're going to need to get help from people who can fix it, and it's probably going to cost them a bunch of money, and you know, they burnt themselves, and you can't stop everyone from sticking their hand in the fire. It's a well of suffering. Yeah. We should stop standing in that, guys. Olias. I think Healer's Covenant is a real skill now, though, which is very cool. But it's like, you know, there's a reason why there's... What is it? PEBCAC? Problem exists between keyboard and mouse? Or keyboard and chair? And error ID 10T, you know, error idiot. Like, there's a reason why these sorts of things have cropped up. What are you doing, Elias? Because these people do cause problems. Wonder how much healing would I get out of Orson at this level? 73. Oh, goodness. I don't want to do that math in my head. It's 80% of 73. 8 times 7 is 56, right? That sounds right. So it'd be like a little over 56 health. I might be okay at 1 energy. Yeah, exactly. Like, Healing Whisper is nice because it heals for like a decent amount of health on a 1-second recharge, but the half cast range is it's a real downside. That's the words I'm trying to say. But yeah, so it's like how much you try to streamline stuff, and I kind of miss the way that Windows worked back in the like XP, Windows Me even era. They used Windows Me for a while. I know that was one that people didn't like as much. Like with Windows 98. I remember doing a bunch of customized start menu stuff with all of that, like filtering around. And I'm not saying that's necessarily 100% better than what we have now, but I do have a weird nostalgia for it. And there was a sense of control over the operating system that I feel like is kind of gone. Now I'm thinking about my sister thinking that computer viruses were just naturally occurring thing that could infect computers just like humans would get sick with a virus. Not something that people made to deliberately mess with computers. Because why would somebody do that? And she eventually learned the difference, but you know, kids have only so much understanding of the world. You have to figure things out sometime. I know for a long time, or like a lot of my childhood, I'd hear them talk about Gaza on the news, and I had it legitimately confused with Giza, the place where the pyramids are in Egypt. I'm like, why? What's going on near the pyramids or whatever? Because I just didn't know enough. Like, I didn't hear them closely enough, and so I didn't know they're different words. And Gaza and Giza, same place, clearly, right? Nope. Not at all. Nowhere near the same place. But I didn't know. Close enough, except for the part where they're like miles apart. I don't know how many miles or kilometers it would be. Okay, that should have filled it up. Huzzah. This represents an open inventory spot and some additional income. Right, while I'm thinking about it, I don't need either of these. And I would like Healing Touch, because that would be good with this bar. I think I'm also just going to... I don't know, this can shift over here or whatever. I want to slot a Signet of Capture on, because I want to go do some skill capping. I still... I don't know if I want to do Signet of Capture. I think I might. 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 think I don't have... Yeah. I want to get Offering of Blood. I want to get Barrier, Life Barrier. Because I don't think I have that yet. I need to figure out which is the most convenient place to go get Offering of Blood, though, because it's widely available. Gordon Ecker. Okay, well, I'm running off towards him. Offering of Blood. There's like a bajillion different places. Well, I can tell you where we're not getting it. Look at my Flameseeker Prophecies book. Yes, please take it. Is this character in the... Yeah, this character's over 1 million experience points. Oh, hi, Devona. Wait, are they going to let me just do this even though I'm not in Reforged? Because I will. Yeah, okay, you must activate Reforged mode. Yeah. I'm not going Reforged mode with these characters until I finish my quest for UAS because I'm being an obnoxious purist about it. Okay. So hang on. There's a spot in Lornar's Pass. Okay, down from Beacon's Perch. We are... Is this... Yeah, there's a couple of other bosses that spawn in that spot. Probably... Let's see, Frozen Forest. Yeah, that's outside Copperhammer. That's probably... Hang on. I think I'm just going to go spend some time in the Frozen Forest, because that has... I'm not looking at chat right now, so I apologize if people are saying things I'm not seeing it. Life Barrier can spawn there, and as can Offering of Blood. I do want to eventually get Mark of Protection on this character, but kind of not a high priority, because I already have it unlocked. So it's like... Getting additional skills. Okay. Just best to leave from Copperhammer, I guess? Or from Iron Mines. Kind of doesn't matter. I want to scour the area either way. Yeah, I think Frozen Forest is probably going to be best because it has both bosses I want in it and not just one of them. Deposit mats. Okay, the only thing with any ID going on is that. That makes me wonder if I should drop... I'm going to drop Heal Party to bring 2 Signets of Capture with me. A little awkward, but I think it'll be fine. Okay, I don't feel like running over to a merchant here. I have made my choice. We're going from the Iron Mines of Molatoon because I don't have the other outpost. That's how it goes sometimes, eh? I would like another salvage kit. I'll sell this stuff off because I don't need it. Incidentally, I also do not have the Zeldrim or War Camp, so that's also not a useful outpost. I probably will make my way to Copperhammer, honestly. Oh, I should have a party. I'm going to bring Livia, but I'm going to adjust her. Yeah, but I'm just going to scour this map and look for both bosses at once. I think that'll be a little easier. I'm going to grab Gwen as well. I don't quite want to do this with Livia, though. I'm going to drop the channeling magic on him. Might as well just do this. Because I want to just use more fire. More fire feels like the answer to all life's problems. But what more fire do I want? That is indeed the question. I'm gonna go meteor shower. It's probably a terrible choice, but I have a soft spot for meteor. Actually, fireball is a better choice than meteor shower. As much as I love meteor shower, and I do. Got a little bit of support. I'm gonna change her to channeling. This is probably putting a little too much stress on me, but I don't care. Yet. I don't care yet. I might care later. Blood bond also seems good here. Okay. Yeah, she's not signal spiriting, is she? I wonder if she's smart about that. We'll just hold it and let channeled strike things. Maybe I don't want to do this. Maybe I want to do more. Actually, I think I might go slash monk and bring prop prayers on her. Maybe just like, I don't want wells because that competes with spirits and such. Blood renewal is not bad though. I might just give her blood renewal. I don't know. It's weird bar. Weird bar for being weird. Okay. Let's go with scouring. I'm being very hopeful on my own capabilities here, but we'll see if this is a mistake or not. I mean, I have some additional healing support and such. It's not like we're... Oh, I hit the wrong enchantment. Ow. Okay, the fact that I can basically, like... Yeah, I'm going to be real. Healer's Covenant is a real skill now, and I think I probably would still rate it a 2 because it's very persnickety about what skills you can use it with. Ow. It has still become a real skill. Reducing the healing cost is part of it, but the energy reduction, because it used to be the energy reduction was what, 3? And now it's the 4 is just substantial. I don't know. It feels like they pushed it into a good spot. Like, it just required a little bit of nudging. It also worked pretty well with release enchantments. As a quick way of dropping it if you need. Because the thing is, you can drop it to get more healing. But it also doesn't impact your Divine Favor bonus, so... But Healing Whisper being 1 energy is bonkers. Let's see, there's a pet boss over there, but we're not needing that. Do wish I had a party heal, but I will I have to rely on Healing Whisper. It also makes like Jamie's Gaze feel really nicely costed. Puts it in a nice sweet spot. Also, you are super weak to diversion because, I mean, you can actually cast Healer's Covenant through diversion to burn a diversion, but if you get your Healing Whisper diverted, your bar doesn't work, which is brutal. Okay, hang on. I'm going to check boss locations. I'm going to need to look at this map. So I might want to go through there, actually. There's one Stone Summit boss location down here. Looks like I'm better off going this way, though. We're checking out boss locations, so let's do that. Ow. I don't like standing here. Can one of the 3 people with hex removal do something about Elias? Like, this is definitely an energy management bar, and it's certainly something that I'd recommend more in smaller parties than in bigger ones. Just simply because, like, when you have a BIP, you don't need to reduce your energy consumption for yourself, particularly. As a monk, you can just pay the BIP tax. But, like, this is a very viable energy management focused elite now, and I think that's neat. Oh, I see why they're not able to. There's just 30,000 hexes flying around. Okay. Didn't realize I needed to bring an Expel Hexes bar. Though honestly, a withdraw hexes with the monk suffix on a weapon is also a very viable option. Just wild, but nonetheless the case. I don't know if that's the boss I need or not. Ow. Yeah. Oh, this is... I know I'm talking about it a lot, but it is amazing to me how much better Healer's Covenant is now. Okay. Which boss is that one? Okay, that's Defy Pain. We don't need Defy Pain. And that's the Ward Against Harm, which is also not a skill that we're after. Yeah. some of the idea behind it is like conceptually interesting / reasonable, but like taken in aggregate, it has problems. Olivia is doing an important job of buying me time. Need a healing breeze myself. I just don't have a whole lot of... My self-heal is healing breeze and healing touch, so... Resnar, something. Ow. Yeah, and this is definitely a spot where I wish I had heal party. The biggest problem with Ward Against Harm is getting the AI to stand in it. It is a very potent effect, because it's like +3 health regen and a bunch of armor against elemental damage, especially fire. Is Eshnol the one I need? Resnar Mountain Site is... I think that's the ranger boss. Yeah, I'll heal that for 1 energy. Do we need to find favorites? Basically like 120 point heal. Yeah, that is the... Still dropping alpine seeds all the way up here. That's the problem, is bringing more mesmers is just generally better than anything else you could be doing. And like, Ward Against Harm would be much more useful if Soul Twist bars weren't so good. I can use this signet. Not getting anything with it, but I can use it. Thanks for the additional health regen. Yeah, okay. Eshnol is the plant boss I need. Let's clear these guys out. I just want to make sure they're not showing up behind me. Yeah. Deep freeze is nice for keeping enemies from running around as much. For sure. What's the recharge on Glimmer? Oh, it's also 1 second. Alright, let's get a mostly useless elite skill. Life barrier. Okay, now it's time to begin trying to hunt down where the Offering of Blood boss spawned, and also making my way to Copperhammer Mine. There's a dwarf spawn location there I need to go check out. Oh, hey, gold armor. Neat. Chances that this is good, extremely low. Not 0, but low. Superior blood magic. Interesting. Minion Master Superior blood magic. That's probably getting merged because it's worth 364 gold to the merchant, and those runes are probably worth a grand total of not that much, but you never know. I do not see far enough in there to be able to tell if the boss I need is there. Let me actually check the boss's name. I need Jolan Steelblight, it looks like. Jolan. Okay, I need to get far enough in here to be able to tell if Jolan is in here or not. I'm not making this easy, though. Ah, yep. Jolan and Steelblight. I just saw them back there. Just slap that on myself. Okay, so I got lucky and the boss is in a good spot for me to go capture it. I feel like Livia's not been needing to bip much, which is actually pretty encouraging. She's been doing a few bips on Gwen, it looks like. That seems to mostly be it. Well, I was using that enchantment. This is not going to be able to stop me from degenning out, but it will help. Okay, Livia, I appreciate the support, but that was maybe vaguely overkill. Okay, well, the minions will hold off the dudes attacking us from behind. There, Offering of Blood. I like Offering of Blood on Monk just from a traditional standpoint. Another good contender for getting it would have been my Ranger, because it's also useful on the Touch Ranger bar. Okay, I don't actually have a reason to continue down this way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go grab my loot from down here. And I'm going to run back over to there, which I think is probably a better way for getting to Copperhammer than wherever this goes. Actually continue around. It might just be a dead end, though. Either way, Copperhammer's more up this direction, so... General Morgan's gonna do his best to keep us moving. Glad I checked down there, though. It's not bad getting two of the elites I was looking for in one run. I need to also go cap Amity. Yeah, at this point I think I'm going to do some capping on this monk. Just try to polish off monk elites. We're going to be losing our minions here. They're just not going to keep up with us, but that's okay. Let's see. Yeah, I need to go this way. I always think of this as the Brazier houses. I mean, look at them. They look like a bra. To me, though, that's like a local landmark. Okay, I think I want to go up that way. Let me just double check the map, actually, before I go wandering off. I'm, like, fairly confident. Yeah. Yeah, I am correct. I am 1,000% correct. This is the way I want to go. %1,000% is not actually a realistically useful value there. But I am correct in that. This is the direction that I want to go. You know what would make Holy Haste useful? actually. Because obviously everybody knows Healer's Boon makes them heal for more. If to make me interested in Holy Haste, they could have it also reduce the recharge time of your Healing Prayer spells. That would actually be kind of spicy. It might not seem like it'd matter, but it actually kind of does. So they could also reduce the energy cost to 5. That would make it a heck of a lot more appealing. This actually does gain me energy, but it's not gaining myself energy is not of particular importance to me right now. I'm really glad I have General Morgan's. Is it? I think it's Never Surrender. Yeah, Never Give Up and Never Surrender have extremely similar names, so it can be challenging to recall which one exactly is the one which does which. One gives you energy if health is low, and the other gives you health regen if health is low. I'm not going to go for that Jeweled Chalice, by the way. It's way out of the way, so it's not worth it to me. But I really want access to Heal Party. Ow. Look, our best thing to do is just limp through this with fall back on us. Up this way, I think. Right? Or is it across that bridge? I don't know. I should probably focus on dealing with these enemies. Well, that was just rude. My goodness. Again, I am shocked by just how potent this energy cost reduction is proving to be. Like, Healing Breeze is a very strong skill at 6 energy as well. But I can't remember if it's across this bridge or... I feel like... No, I see it on my map now. I want to go up. I don't come in here super often. Exactly. I mean, I come here all the time because of the attribute point quest, but, like, I also don't. And sometimes I'm coming from the other way and a little bit confused. Yeah. If I want to get Shield of Judgment, I do have to march my butt all the way up. Okay. You know what I'm going to do now, actually, is I'm going to go check what monk elites I am missing. I do want to get Healer's Covenant back on here, because I'm... probably don't need to keep running Healer's Covenant. I've been really appreciating it, but... Gorin? Kieran Thackeray. I'll get Kieran Thackeray naturally later. Anton. Oh my goodness. Devona and Ghost of Althea are a bajillion to unlock. Dear goodness. I mean, they can be a sink for that, but... I still don't have Restore Life. I want to grab this on my Ranger, though. I want to grab this on my Warrior. Can I sort by unlocked status? No? I bet if I display as a list, it will show. Yeah, this makes it clearer. So it looks like I have all of Divine Favor unlocked, which is nice. Healing Prayers, I am missing Restore Life. I need Air of Enchantment and Amity. Amity has gotten in the Ring of Fire. Christian Rock, specifically. Mending Touch. Holy Strike I don't have unlocked yet? I can get that on my warrior, though. Shield of Judgment. I kind of want that on this character. Stone Soul Strike. I'll get one of these on my assassin and the other on my warrior, I think. Word of Censure, I need to go capture. Martyr, I need to go pick up, but I probably want to get that on my... Yeah, okay. I'm going to want to get these on some other characters. So, Word of Censure is factions. Shield of Judgment. I guess I can go get that on this one, but that does definitely require a trip. This is Nightfall, I want to say. Actually, sorting these by campaign might prove a bit more useful than by attribute. So Amadeus and Prophecies. And so Shield of Judgment. Air of Enchantment is factions. Okay. And so is Word of Censure. I don't have anything I need to get from Nightfall campaign on this character. It looks like Core is just Martyr, but I want to get that on a different character. Okay, so I think I need to go capture 3 skills. Amity, Shield of Judgment, and Air of Enchantment. Oh, and Word of Censure, so that's 4, excuse me. I'm gonna do this. So how many Signals of Capture do I have on me? I need one more Signet of Capture. I might as well grab that now. Yeah. Clear my inventory a little bit as well. Salvage a few things. Good, I'm putting dice in the expected spots. This is going to be a little bit tedious because I'm going to want to identify all of these. Actually, how's my supply of wood? 55 there and a stack. Probably doesn't hurt to salvage these raven staves. I think of raven staffs as being particularly good sources of wood. Right, and I need to go check this rune. I'm not expecting much from it, but... okay. Superior blood magic is not a monk rune. Minion master, not worth anything. Superior blood, not worth anything. Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna merchant that. As I expected to do. Yes, it's worth a lot of money. Actually, 843 means I need 157 gold. Okay. Signet of Capture, please. Okay. Shield of Judgment's gonna be really obnoxious to go get, but do I have Well of Blood unlocked? Hang on, this is not the way to check. Livia. Yes. A Well of Power, that's the one I meant. Let's see. No, I think I'm going to actually get Shield of Judgment on my warrior because I'm going to need to capture Flourish, and that's going to require me to go up there anyway. So I'm going to just save myself a trip. I have an extra elite Signet of Capture, but it's fine. Okay, because I am rolling with a BIP, I probably... Yeah, I'm just not going to worry about the cheap stuff build. I'm going to bring this for use with Heal Party, though. Patient Spirit, I guess. It's maybe not optimal, but it'll be fine. It's going to be interesting to see how this feels compared to the previous bar I was running. The problem here is Amity is going to be obnoxiously located. By which I mean I'm going to have to hunt down the stupid boss with it. This is why I want Heal Party. Oh, you know what I should have brought? I should have brought Signet of Rejuve. Didn't think about that until just now. Yeah, this is definitely burning through the energy pretty quickly. Wow, the energy cost difference between 5 and 1 is enormous, by the way. I mean, that's obvious to say, but... Yeah, I should have absolutely brought Signet of Rejuve over that, but whatever. Melandri's cursed. I need to check Pravos. I don't remember. Yeah, somebody interrupt that. Thank you. Hang on. I should look up Amity to see the name of the boss. It is Pravos Subsidio. And I think that's the name of the boss I was just seeing over there. Yeah. Okay. Excellent. We got lucky. The next 2 captures are going to be a lot simpler, thankfully. Oh, well, that's just rude. Yeah, Patient Spirit is redundant with Glimmer of Light. Running a good old Crypt Shot bar over there. Elias takes a sweet time catching up, that's for sure. Yeah, I wish I had a Signet right now. Okay, let's get an elite that I'll never use. I think they buffed it too. Yeah. I have pacifism unlocked on somebody. Probably my warrior, though. Because, like, if I look at Livia, she's got it right there, right? Could use it pretty well on a degen Mesmer. But Amity is not a skill I've ever cared for, though. It certainly is slightly more appealing at those stats. Okay, so that's what I needed here. I need to go to Kaineng. And I'm going to fix my stupid lack of a Signet of Rejuvenation. There. Another Signet of Capture. Okay. Marketplace. I know where this one is. Oh, am I running... That might come up. I'm not sure. What? What now is this? J Brothers up to something? Oh, yeah, okay. That would be for the thing, and I don't want to do that. So let's just walk there. Like, finishing Zin's task would be beneficial. I'm not going to pretend otherwise, but... It's, like, worth 10 platinum to do and all that. I will get to it at some point. It's just not a priority right now. I don't think you can get the Word of Censure boss from that. The party is good and eats up half your energy bar. Nah, third of your energy bar. Not quite. I have a little over 45 energy, but... You know, 31% or whatever, not 33%. Well, that's just rude. Okay, I don't like what's happening to Olivia, and I really don't like what's happening to Vec. Okay, that was Olivia having her face beat in. Okay, like, I get it. We're getting our face beat in because we aggroed too many dudes at once, and my team comp isn't good enough to be able to handle that, apparently. They might have come at us in an awkward way as well. Yeah. Probably came at us in an awkward way. Didn't realize the restaurant was all the way over there. Let's see. Things that I want to do, actually. I want to quickly hop on my ranger to go get Restore Life. I think that should be reasonable to do anyway. Did Elias have no minions? Like, what's going on there, too? These guys came up behind us. I don't think they did, but... Yeah, I definitely think we had a little bit of an over-aggro issue. We also just needed the minions to go absorb aggro, and they didn't. Don't know what that story was, but... I'm not equipped to mitigate damage either. That's Livia's job. Pull back, please. Need to use a signet where I can. This Covenant actually is super nice. Anyway. It's sticky. One of the big challenges is definitely getting ahead of the minions. Because I kind of need them to tank for us. Okay, that's not great. You know what? BIP, not as good of energy management as Healer's Covenant. Gonna state the truth here. Whew, I have been very focused on my healing. Yeah, Gwen really stood in a bad spot. Got a ton of DP for her troubles. Little FDS. Here's the boss I need, but I'm not going to continue until Elias has managed to catch his minion army up with us. I need them. They're a vital part of our survival tactics. Khufu is not alone. Ow. That was your first instinct. Oh, I thought Khufu was not alone. Khufu was apparently alone. Oh, somehow I managed to kill her before we got close enough to spawn her minions. In a different sense of the word minion. A little bit easier to judge, I suppose. I don't think Word of Censure is very good. I think what I'd make Word of Censure is like a hex that prevents them from being able to like cast spells that target your allies or something. I'd basically pick shame or guilt and make it one of those, except a prohibition against casting spells. I need to figure out where I need to go for this. Care of enchantment. Okay, there's a spot in Silent Surf, and there's a spot in the Eternal Grove Explorable. This is right outside Unwaking Waters. Okay, I'm just gonna do the Journey to the Whirlpool quest, and pick up the boss along the way, I think. I'm gonna go back to that. I liked that. There's Covenant Bar. I never thought I'd say this, but here we are. It manages energy so well, which is really nice. Yeah, I think this is overall a fine team comp. Honestly, I think I'm actually going to do something a little bit interesting here. I think I'm going to kick Gwen and Livia. But I think I have, Raza here. I'm going to bring the Soul Twist. And I might bring Hada. She probably needs to be set up. Actually, maybe I want Milani. Is this Milani ruined? Yeah. I'm going to swap her around a little bit, though. There we go. View health is nice. Yeah, that worked. That's a strong synergy. I'm not gonna be running that though. Actually, I could. Yeah, let's go Pious Renewal. Let's indeed go Pious Renewal. Ice Sphere is probably a good choice. Bring Winds of Disenchantment and oh, I don't have Mystic Heal. That's kind of what I wanted her to do, though. Oh, she doesn't have it. She can't do that. Does she have? Okay, let's go Earth Prayers, not Wind. Signet of Pious Light. Because of its good synergies. Other Earth Prayers that would be useful, but I apparently don't have them. So I'll just bring Rending Touch. Seems reasonable. There's me. Yeah, the Pious Restraint's over there. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we'll see how this goes. Somebody else who doesn't need energy management, like, opens up flexibility, I suppose you could say. Okay. I think that'll be fine. Yeah, I don't mind evening up the faction. And the idea of the faction mechanic is, in terms of territory holding, is interesting, but I feel like it could have used much better execution. Make me care more. The boss I'm looking for is like right there. One downside of bringing a melee is that Healing Whisper is less good with them. Oh, this keeps getting stripped. Yeah, in retrospect, I should have remembered that these areas can be quite hostile to enchantments. Yeah, I kind of wish I'd set up Hada instead. What you gonna do? Choices were made already. Oh, go get them. Ow. There's a way down somewhere. I think it's just past these guys, though. Or, like, I need to get through these guys, sort of thing. What's really annoying about doing the primary quest is it means I can't go to the, the side outpost near here, but it'll be fine. There's a little outpost right in there that I would love to be able to just stop at along my way, but that would reset the quest, which is obviously obnoxious, so. Okay, I'm gonna let everybody kind of gather up. Fallback was premature. It's best to do it and then the minions are around us. But, oh well. Oni? Okay, Elias is fine. He just has a masochism hurting him when he casts spells, that's all. Oh, well, I guess we're fighting this group now. Yeah, soothing not great either. On the other hand, the ranger works just fine, so. Fear of Disenchantment's also bad for Bip, incidentally, but. I wonder what I'd bring if I had access to my full skill bar. Looking for like a Mira something or another. Put this on Sosuke. He doesn't need it, but I want to give him a cover enchantment, and it only costs me an energy, so it's basically free. Second Wind is kind of a sweet energy management spell. It would actually work reasonably well with the on a high energy set. Or with the Elementalist suffix for more energy. Yeah, there's Miela Lightwing. That's the boss I'm looking for. I'm a little worried about these Salt Spray Dragons coming up on our flank, though. I'm going to aggro these guys first, because I want to take care of them before they prove more problematic. Okay. Raza did not have his stuff up, and that was not good. Oh, Elias, please stop dying on me. Well, that was suboptimal, shall we say. Raza, are you... Thank you. Not the one I would have picked first, but... Okay, Raza's just managing his stuff like an absolute moron, but what can I do? Well, I was trying to fight one group at a time, and I ended up getting both, it seems. So, here we are. And Melania doesn't understand how to signify light as well as I would like. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? Master Togo didn't die, and that's what's important. I got my skill. That's also important. We have found some creeping carp. They creeped up on us. So we're going to go fight those now, too. I think that concludes the capture portion of this character's playthrough, at least for now. I have other priorities. Probably won't last long either, but... One tries. This area is hostile to enchantments, and by this area I mean the Jade Sea. The Idu Kanji use Spirit of Disenchantment, and there's a bunch of anti-enchantment stuff on the Outcast as well. So it's not the best spot to bring a bunch of people using enchantments, realistically speaking, but... There's probably also, frankly, causing problems for Elias. Kind of need a ritualist bow now that I think about it. You wait for Master Togo to catch up. There, now I get both sides. I don't need to watch this again. I think I watched this last time I came through. Okay. That leaves me properly monked up, so that's good. There'll definitely be, like, elites that I will want to get later on this character, but nothing of any sort of massive priority, so... What a terrible choice that is. I don't know. Actually, I probably would want this. That's another. This is a similar heal potency to this, but would also be 1 energy. There is also an argument for trying Orison of healing. See how that plays. But probably try Ethereal Light. Anything that becomes 1 energy under this scheme is appealing. Nice. I love an improved sale value. Crippling Dagger Tank. I can't see myself wanting to use that, but it feels like something that could be useful in PvP. Okay. Just gonna go to my guild hall to do some merchant business. Also, I think I'm done doing stuff on this character for a little while, which is exciting. I'll obviously do stuff on her again, but now that I've gotten like all of the monk skills I need to get on her for the time being, I think all of the rest of the ones that I wanted are ones that I want on other characters. I will double check. But oh yeah, I wanted to grab another ID kit to have sit here. Okay, let's just look over monk skills. Real quick, list is way better for checking unlocked status. Okay, restore life, I was gonna get on my ranger. Mending touch, I was gonna get on my warrior. Holy strike, probably warrior. Shield of judgment, warrior. Soulstone strike, probably assassin. Martyr, necro, purge signet, and signet removal on warrior. Okay. We are good. That means character select time, which is very exciting. Where's my ranger? Right here. He's in Unwaking Waters. What is her secondary right now? Ritualist? I don't have monk unlocked. Let's go to Senji's corner and unlock monk. Forget if restore life is small grid, please. I prefer small grid. That's what I'm used to. I'm gonna grab like 3 platinum for no particular reason. I'm gonna grab necromancer, monk. Assassin is good to have. I'm gonna grab Paragon. Let's see. Warrior. What am I? Dervish. 1, 1, 2. Oh no, 1, 2, 5, 6, 7. I'm just missing 2. I might as well unlock Mesmer. The other one. Elementalist. There we go. That's all secondaries unlocked on her, which is good. If I can avoid having to go certain places, I would like to, but boy, I feel like I have Act Like Jin's build on my bar right now. Yeah, that's what I suspected. Okay, we're gonna take a long way around, maybe. Sanctum K, Drockner's Forge. Okay, I don't quite have all the way over there. Hopefully Drox has it. I should probably look up what skill trainers have have it, but I don't feel like doing that, so I'm not. Bartok. Oop. That would be negatory. Okay, hang on. Grundich. Oh my goodness. Okay. Do I have? Guess who doesn't have? Okay. It's Greenwich Courthouse, Yak's Bend, and Ember Light Camp. So, or there's a couple of spots to capture it, which feels stupid, but okay. Off of a bunch of bosses in Kryta. Hmm. No, I just want to push forward with her. Then, just to get access to that? Maybe. Maybe. It's probably worth. Okay, well, let's push forward then. Yeah. Might as well. Hello, Ra. I was just capturing a bunch of monk skills, and then I wanted to get Restore Life on this character, only to discover that the skill trainers are either in Ascalon, Yak's Bend, like Greenwich Courthouse, Yak's Bend, so I'd have to like go backwards to get to them, or Dak at Emberlight Camp. So I figured I might as well just take this character and push forward towards Emberlight Camp. But I just got a bunch of monk skill capturing done. So I've gotten all of the monk skills that I need to get on my monk for this. There's more that I would like to get at some point in time, but nothing priority. Means that I'm finally able to escape playing my monk. It's a funny way of saying it. I enjoyed playing my monk, to be sure, but it'll be nice to play something else for a bit. How have you been? I've been very... Like, I spent a little bit of time looking at some of the new Guild Wars 2 stuff. I've been preoccupied with other stuff the last couple of days, so I haven't gone further than, like, partway through the second step, I think. I need to get this character a wider variety of bows. I actually kind of like Warrior because it gives everything armor penetration, but yeah, I want to spend some more time at some point here catching up on the Guild Wars 2 story. But it's like so many different things happening all at once. So it's been a wee bit like I finally sat down on Wednesday, I want to say it was. Was it? No, it was Tuesday. Right? No, Tuesday is when the update came out. Yeah, okay. Sorry, I got my days of the week confused. Yesterday was Thursday. I finally sat down on Wednesday and recorded the Dragon Quest XI sort of review video that I've been wanting to do for ages. So I finally, or like 2 or 3 weeks, which is ages. So I finally got that done, and that took like 2 hours, which was not as long as I was fearing it might. I honestly had been dragging my feet because I didn't know how long it would take. And so it didn't take as long as I thought it might. But so I finished that finally, and so now I mentally feel like I can put that game behind me and like jump into some new stuff, and I've got several things that I want to do, but you know how it is. You got a bunch of things that you want to do and not enough time to do them all in. Kind of don't want. I don't have hero depth in this case, so. Right then. Anything I need to do before I jump in here? Apparently the answer is no. Ah, yes. I can see why I'm not using this bow anymore. I do have a zealous bowstring. I don't really need this bow grip of defense. Yeah, I'm going to want to make a short bow at some point in time, but crafting weapons is expensive. It's kind of not a high priority for me. You know, when I attack, that's a sign that the rest of you can attack too, right? I have been using a lot of Thunderclap Ranger, or Thunderclap Ellie. My team comps. This is plus 55 damage. That's pretty good. I like that they pushed a number of attacks to be a lot stronger. Well, I certainly appreciate the market protection. Weirdly enough, I feel like market protection is maybe slightly better on and off rather than main. A lot of shaking here. Yeah. Okay, ignore that guy. Unless we have enchantment removal. Okay, it looks like we had some effective enchantment removal. I mean, it doesn't hurt. I definitely want to get some stuff in the Ring of Fire Island Chains on this character anyway, so might as well push forward. Ooh. Probably a not very good weapon, but you never know. What do we got? Nah, yep. We got 200 and... what was that? 5? 208 gold? What we got. Sometimes that is what you get, you know? Jorah does not have the most energy-friendly bar, it would seem. You're allowed to use Watch Yourself whenever, you know. Right. I actually need to pull the lever. How can a 6-second recharge feel so long in this game and so short in Guild Wars 2? Actually, it can kind of feel long in Guild Wars 2 as well, but... Okay, whatever. Doliacs run, enemies die. The end. What was our Flameseeker Prophecies on this character? Oh, this one's a lot fuller. I guess I did all of the Meguma Jungle on this character already, which... Whew! Sigh of relief, am I right? Hello, Loopy, it looks like. Welcome, welcome. 178. Okay. I guess I don't need to worry about these White Mantle Seekers so much at the moment. I definitely want Jorah attacking the Zealot. It was raining pretty copiously earlier, but it has stopped raining, so it's just overcast and a little bit cool. Unless you're talking about in the game, in which case it is probably cold, but it is not actively snowing, unlike some map locations. How is your weather? I don't actually know what temperature it is in Tyria, but I assume it is probably below freezing. But we also don't worry about such things. Our characters are keeping active enough that it's definitely going to be warming them up. That's one of the things you have to keep in mind when exercising in cold weather. No. Oh, I missed the interrupt. But not that one. Bwahahaha. Now I'm thinking about how, like, Archer Signet would enable you to keep throw dirt up, like, with 100% uptime. Just about with the new Archer Signet. Ah, this part's gonna be annoying. I want to go get Ronak, but that means clearing a bunch of groups of foes. And oh, stay fighting Jorah. Like half the reason she's there. This is a weird thought, but it almost feels like elite specializations in Guild Wars 2 serve a similar role to what elite skills in Guild Wars 1 do. Not entirely, but to some extent. A weird thought, but... I'm gonna switch to this Deldrimmer recurve for accuracy. I really want a Zealous shortbow on her, but that's a long-term goal. I need to be careful here. I don't have Prot Spirit with me, actually, which is maybe an oversight on reflection. But we took care of the Jade just fine. Jorah, could you do me a favor and go run in? Thank you. I just wanted to make her a priority target for Spectral Agony over myself, because I won't survive and she will. Actually, market protection might work to give them time. Yeah. It's like not exactly a one-to-one comparison, but it is, because I was just thinking about how like barrage is a cornerstone of this build, right? It's like it's defining what I'm doing. My primary action is barraging. It's a little bit like picking your weapon in Guild Wars 2, a little bit like picking your elite spec, but like it's has a big impact on what I'm doing. But that's not always true. Some skills are just kind of slotting in, but a lot of the elites are in Guild Wars 1 are a really key aspect of like how your build works, TM. And I feel like elite specs kind of do a similar-ish thing in Guild Wars 2 of like defining how your build works. Especially when they were linked to a weapon. I'm kind of glad that they're not anymore, but is that Secrets of the Obscure? I think that was. Just because more weapon variety in that game helps it be more interesting. I still think their attribute system is, like, I think the build craft in general in Guild Wars 2 is pretty bad. There's some really good ideas in it, but I think there's a lot of problems that it has. I'll probably talk about that in more detail once I finally do a Guild Wars 2 playthrough, though. That's, goodness knows how long away that is. I certainly don't. I mean, I'm getting close to having all of the monk skills, so it's not like I'm super far from finishing things off, but I have a good ways to go yet still in this game, so. I was not expecting getting Restore Life to require such an arduous journey, though. That definitely has surprised me. I've also gotten really close to finishing off Claude Gear. I'm at the point where I just need to sink money into Mystic Runestones. So that's exciting. Mind you, I need to sink like 60 gold into Mystic Runestones, but... Okay. I'm going to get one more barrel because this is how the game works here. Ugh. This is such a tedious part to do solo. Yeah, it really does. I mean, it's been a process, for sure. It'll be kind of exciting, because it'll be the... Like, I have a number of legendary weapons on my account unlocked, but they're all... most of them are the Gen 1s where they basically gave them away, right? And so... I mean, in terms of the cost of legendaries, anyway. So this will be the second that I actually like made from scratch, as it were, with Orion's staff being the first one. But it'll be nice to have a legendary spear, just because every character can wield a spear. I've made other legendaries. I've made 4 legendary sigils, which is so convenient. I eventually want to make legendary runes as well. But that stupid relic is a higher priority. I feel like somebody meant to type Lucent Motes and accidentally typed Lucent Crystal, and now they're just stuck with it. Because stacks of Lucent Crystal is absolutely unreasonable. It is for the functionality that you're getting and how critical it is to making relics play well, it is absolutely unreasonably expensive. And, like, kind of out of line with the cost of, like, legendary sigils and legendary runes as well, I feel. But it'd maybe be reasonable if it was, like, 5, maybe 10 of the things, but 25 is not reasonable at all. And the fact that it gave it away to anyone who had a legendary rune also annoys me. Like, I think that was a reasonable thing for them to have done for those people, but the cost differential between a legendary rune and the legendary relic is just way too high. Kind of a neat view from up here. But we're talking like several years out from the Secrets of the Obscure, and I do not have the legendary relic yet because it is just too expensive. I've taken a little bit of time off to make other things, but like those each legendary sigil represents a mystic thing that I could have had in terms of lucent mote count. Or lucent crystal count, but okay, let's not keep running back to the explosives. I think we should be okay. What I'm concerned about is this group here coming in at the same time as we're fighting these Mersat. The only reason I'm fighting the Mersat, by the way, is because heroes are just automatically infused. If it weren't for the auto infusion, I would not fight the Mersat. Woo, baby. That was spicy. Okay, maybe we don't need to worry about the white mantle. Thank you, Jorah. Oh, yeah, that was beautiful. Elias is having a bad day, though. I probably stood around in the fire like people who are making poor life choices. I'm going to want to eventually get this character Luxon armor. I like the turtle shell bra, I guess. I don't know. I think it looks neat for the Luxon Ranger armor. Just the regular one. Anytime now. Thank you. Thank you, Jorah. I appreciate the charge. Activating cutscene. Shortly. Okay. We are caught. Sahdria eventually just despawns here. Etc, etc. Oh, Jorah. Maybe that was the wrong move. gonna tell you now. That was in fact the wrong. Donkoro, why are you not? Donkoro is asleep at the wheel. Like, what's up with him? Also, why is he running 2 signets? That seems excessive. So this one's definitely not as good as that one. Okay. Now we have a dance party while waiting for the Mersat to slowly move. Slowly. Look at how many boss fights that would represent in Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 1. Mersat and Titans are just regular enemies. Guild Wars 2. These are epic foes that require boss battles. I mean, they're high level, high end enemies, but of course, destroyers are just regular enemies in both, so whatever. They're pumping up the Mersat for their lore. Think the great dwarf, you found him. Yes, yes. A little bit of a tedious bonus to do, but not awful. They generally got better about making bonuses by the time Nightfall rolled around, though. And then stopped bothering with them by the time the other thing rolled around. I would not fight that many Mersat Elementalists without a Soul Twist. Or Panic also. I would also want Panic. Soul Twist and Panic. It's nice of them to clear the Stone Summon out for me, isn't it? Ivenia keeps using Heal Area to heal the Shambling Horror. Okay. Mark of Protection will not stop the Shambling Horror from degenerating to death, Talcora, but I appreciate the sentiment. I should give her a different elite. Mark of Protection is very strong now, but like... Oh, Ra, did you miss me testing out Healer's Covenant after its buff? I was giving it a try earlier, and I was actually quite surprised pleasantly with how strong it is as an energy management elite. 1 energy healing whisper turns out to be good. Are these guys just standing in range of a... Wow, they are... Yeah, I was actually really impressed with it. I do think it requires a very specific build to be good. But taking 4 energy off is plenty reasonably justified. Or like the 20% healing reduction is more than compensated for by the -4 energy cost that it now has. So it's actually surprising me with how effective it was at... Because, like, it turns out, like, Healing Whisper or even Orison of Healing being 1 energy is crazy. That's so close to free. Yeah. The problem with running Prot is that heroes don't understand how it works. I'm just watching Talcora being like, this thing is dying. I will protect it. And then that thing dying is a minion degenning out, and so she's spamming Mark of Protection on it. And it's like, this is not how this works. These Mersat move so slowly because the idea is that you're running from them, and so they didn't want them to overtake you too easily. It does make this kind of tedious. That tree doesn't know if it exists or not. Non-existent? Existent. What's the calling algorithm here? Like, what's happening is some part of it is coming off screen, so it stops drawing it, right? And the calling algorithm in this game was designed to be aggressive, shall we say, and perhaps more so than we would need in modernly. Oh, good. She decided to Spectral Agony somebody who could take it. Gwen, it appears. Darda, Golden Chief. Oh yeah, just de-shotted its Orison of healing. Mopped itself. Please remove Mark of Protection, thank you. Okay, that went alright. Ooh, a Soul Reaping Staff for Touch Ranger would actually be kind of spicy. We're about to get bombed on here. Ow. Yeah, that was in fact the correct response from Talcora. The problem with being a ranger is you can easily attack from outside of range where your heroes will aggro on things, which is a little unfortunate. Why does it keep giving me yellow dye? No. No heals. I think this Soldier Strike is costing too much energy for her. Oh, but I have Galras Slash now. I didn't before. So maybe that's worth swapping around for. Major Mark. Ooh, I even have a Minor Vigor. Spicy. Yeah, because I've been doing a double major. Yeah. I'm fine with getting this stuff all out. Let's see. Brawlers, Minor Smiting Prayers. Brawlers might actually be worth something. I don't want to ID all of these, though. Why do I have... This is maddening. Okay. I have fixed the weirdness. Like, this is borderline in terms of, like, is it worth it or not, is my guess, but I actually have to check to know. Okay, yeah. I was thinking I'm getting a lot of yellow dyes, and I have 11 of them. Which definitely seems like a rather large quantity. Where is the merchant? Oh, I was looking at him, and then I looked away from him. Okay, hang on. Some build tweaks. Yeah, this seems fine. Okay, Talcora. Yeah, I don't want shielding hands. I want Prot Spirit. I got some choices now. Instead of market protection. Do I just go Zealous Benediction so she has a heal? You can feel like she's contributing to society or something? I definitely feel like they want to be able to push health bars up. It makes her a little redundant with Dunkoro. Speaking of which, why do you have 2 Signets, Dunkoro? Absolutely ridiculous. I don't think I want Remove Hex on him. Because I have Cure Hex. I'd rather run that. Do you like Healing Breeze? Do I want to run... It's like I'd want to run a different Necro, but I don't have a different Necro. So here we are. I'm okay with continuing to run minions. I'd rather run more of a Blood Magic Sitch, but she's fine. I might actually be able to... I don't know. The monks are kind of relying on him a little bit too much for me to feel like I can drop the BIP, though. I like the Splinter Weapon. That's good. Jorah. Now that I have Galras Slash, I'd rather use that over soldiers. Thank you. I don't know why you have Shield Bash, but I would rather you didn't do that either. I wish there was just a straight up Adrenal. I like having the charge. Disarm is so silly. The purpose of Disarm is it resets adrenaline. But I don't know what I actually want here is the problem. Shield Bash does not inspire me in this area, but it doesn't hurt. I might grab, actually for myself, I don't know why I have a few points in Wilderness Survival. It's not like I'm using it, but it's fine. I can look at it. Yeah, I'm not really using Thread Alert, so I think I'm going to bring Pin down instead. It just gives me an additional option. And in particular, it can help snare targets that are doing various things. Obviously, it's kind of its purpose. I'm happy with what he's doing. Yeah, this should be fine. I would like to be running Barbs, but I can't split his attributes that far. So we're just going to be kind of stuck here. I could maybe put it on Gwen instead of the Inspiration Magic. But I would rather run the Inspiration Magic, so... it is what it is. Honestly, Order of the Vampire Order of Pain would also just be very good. But that's also not what we're doing. So I guess I'm just ready to enter this mission. I don't think this is where I want the enter mission button. I don't know where I do want it, but I don't think it's there. Okay. This is kind of an annoying one. I'm going to go ahead and flag my guys down there. I don't want to be fighting this conflict between the White Mantle and the Stone Summit. Can continue to be a battle between the White Mantle and the Stone Summit without me having to get involved. I am going to go the not infused way, because I want to stop by this year for infusion. Random White Mantle Knight. I am abusing my ranger rangeness to be able to not get hit with annoying skills. By which I mean Giant Stomp. Has an absolutely ridiculous area of effect size. Man, these things have so freaking much armor. Marauder Shot does a good job against them, but there's a lot of enemies here that don't leave corpses in the form of those Azure Shadows, but I don't think it'll be too big of an issue. I definitely don't need Elias by the time I get to Hell's Precipice, but I'm also not looking to get that far right now, so my main objective is to get through THK. Maybe Ring of Fire. There's an elite to capture back that way. But this would be a good spot to capture Barrage, except for the part where I'm already using it. Okay, well, whatever. All the enemies can die before I can barrage them, that's fine. Kind of like the objective anyway, so. I'll eventually need to take her up there too. Let's see, so I have Well of Power. I don't know who I got that on, though. It might have been my warrior. If I already have Flourish, then I already have Flourish, but... Actually, I can check that really quickly. Yeah, I have Flourish already. Never mind. Okay, so what are the elites up there? Flourish, Prepared Stance, Well of Power, Ineptitude, Shield of Judgment, and... Oh, maybe I'll get... Okay, so I have two of them. Already. Well of Power and Flourish, which is reasonable. Glyph of Energy I will need to get. Shield of Judgment I need to get. Prepared Stance I need to get. And Ineptitude I can get elsewhere. But... Maybe I will take that monk up there and just end up capping Well of Power also. A little wasteful, but I would rather not waste a trip. I'm trying to think about how I want to approach trying to do this. I always go around. I kind of think I want to go this way for a change. I love that animation for... It's used for Crypt Shot too, but Pin Down uses it. It's a really nice animation. I see why I wouldn't normally go this way, because there's a lot of foes, but who cares? Switching over the flat bow, because it has bigger range and armor penetration. It gives me 5 strength. It has 5% armor penetration on Barrage and stuff. Pretty cool. Hmm. Well, I mean, I could shoot that far, but obviously the rest of my party did not have an interest in running off that way. Because normally I'd go around and come out over there, but this is more enemies but a shorter route, so I don't know. Pros and cons. Ow. Yeah, I just de-shotted Healing Signet. Right there, that's Z fighting. And that doesn't know where it's trying to be. It's two things at the same distance, and that's some floating point rounding error or something. I don't 100% know exactly what causes it, but Ryder, I have bigger fish to fry than your terror of being surrounded. What I'm thinking is maybe I'll get Shield of Judgment on my Ellie to combine those trips with the glyph. And then I'll need prepared on this character, but prepared and honestly, I don't know. It's like it feels like you're always wasting your ships somewhere, no matter what you're doing. Or like wasting some money or whatever. But I'm kind of want to get Flourish on this character. I think that would actually be fairly reasonable. I'm just going to accept the slight monetary... sorry about bumping the microphone, by the way. The monetary hit, because I don't think it matters that much at this point. Because I have a strength bow, so I'll be able to get some decent use out of Flourish at 5 spec. It's better than 0 spec, and it's still, like, acceptable at 0 spec. It's not, like, amazing or anything on Ranger, but it has some skills where it's, like, not the worst to be able to cut recharge functionally. Flourish, honestly... Flourish needs to have its energy decreased and its recharge lowered. If it really wants to be useful. But it's something where, like, I might as well pick it up on this character when I go up there for prepared stance, but I'm not in a hurry to get prepared stance, so... We're at... yeah, so I can go from Desert War Camp up to that pretty smoothly, at least. Symbol of Wrath is so good against our minions. Does 64 damage per tick against them. Blah. Talk about bullying the poor things. It's not undeserved, I suppose. Yeah, saw that coming. Why am I getting hungry? Just a little bit, but... Oh, that is them reflecting damage back. That's what they do. I find it funny that those skills, Retribution and Holy Wrath, were largely inoffensive until the 600 build concept came up. They used to both be maintained. I think you could target yourself with Holy Wrath as well. But they, there's the farming build that used them, and, like, I understand why Arena tends to nerf farming builds, or at least especially back in the day did, to try to keep the economy from getting knocked sideways, but I don't know. It can be fun when you have a cool farming build, and there can be a lot of technical stuff with making it work. That one was maybe too easy, I guess you could argue. I don't know. Honestly, the biggest way that I think they should have dealt with farming would be to, like, do enemy build compensation. Yeah, so, like, 55ing is a lot riskier than the 600 was. Because with the 600, what you'd basically do is you'd put yourself in the worst armor you possibly could. Your starter armor, like, you would intentionally keep your starter armor, basically, because you wanted to have the 5 armor, but you could get bad armor. Because the idea is you wanted enemies to deal a lot of damage to you, and then you'd basically just combine Prot Spirit and Spirit Bond, and you couldn't take more than 60 damage, typically is the threshold you're calibrating for. But it would limit the amount of damage you could take, and then Spirit Bond would trigger and restore, like, 70 health. So you'd take, like, 60 nothing could deal more than 60 damage to you, and whenever you were hit for more than 50 damage, you'd restore, like, 70 health or whatever, 80 health. And so you'd functionally be invulnerable because your armor was so garbage, everything would deal, like, maximum damage to you. Would hit that cap, right? And so it was, like, a really clever systems-based farming build in terms of, like, making yourself tanky. And then at that point, you have to figure out damage, and that's where people would use Retribution and Holy Wrath in order to be able to get the damage in. Because that worked really well. There was another one. The one that I did specifically was a Mesmer Monk one, where you'd use that 600 setup, and then you'd use Ancestor's Visage and Sympathetic Visage, the Prophecies version. It's just slightly less memorable than Ancestor's Visage for some reason for me. But you'd use that together, and it was outside Harvest Temple where the enemies would use Famine. So you'd use those two skills. You'd ball them up. They would lose, like, all of their energy. And then kill themselves off their own famine, which is extremely clever. Like, just extremely clever. But But of course, once people realized Retribution Holy Wrath worked well, and stuff and whatnot, so ArenaNet took a hit at Holy Wrath to make it harder to use, and as well as Spirit Bond limiting it to only 10 hits. Which is like, I understand where it's coming from, but... Yeah, infusion. Good old infusion. Okay, time to go take out Marcus. And then it'll be time to take a nap at Thunderhead Keep. By the way, I think it's over there? Yeah. Over there or over there? So this curves back around over into there, I think. But Mineral Springs is like over there. So you can find the Ancient Seer, or maybe it's over there, maybe it's both. Might be both. I think this might be Lyssa's Cave. So there's a boss spawn location like over in there. And then I think this is where the Seer appears. So you can find the Ancient Seer over here. I think. It's been a hot minute since I've done that. But, you can find the Ancient Seer for another round of infusion. Apparently, even before I was playing, you used to have to infuse individual armor pieces. And they changed it eventually so you'd infuse the whole thing at once, but... And by eventually, I mean fairly early on. Yeah, because then this curves back around. But yeah, so you can go get infused up in Mineral Springs. There's a lot of different spots to get infused, so... But depending upon the number of pieces of infused armor you have, like, that'll affect the potency of Spectral Agony. Yeah, I knew that wasn't going to get me any energy. Little Ether Feast. Like, each profession needs to have self-heal skills, but I don't use them a lot of the time. Probably Healing Signet's the one that I like the most. It's just because it's a very potent heal. Actually, I think I might experiment with something. Hang on. This is going to take, like, forever. Like, it's going to be a long edition, but now I'm really curious. You can do this. I don't know why you wouldn't be able to. No, this guy is Devastating Hammer. Not bad to get that on it. Ranger. It's useful for bunny thumping. A Scroll of Adventurer's Insight. It's a Mersat portal. We can't use them. We've been using a lot of wizard what are the Astral Ward portals in Guild Wars 2 these days. Well, what I'm going to try to do here, for those who aren't picking up on it already, is I'm going to see if I can run backwards and do the bonus. We're just heading back to where it is initiated. I don't know if it works or not. I'm curious to find out. I feel like it should, to be clear. A die that's not yellow? Count me excited. I think I can ignore those guys safely. They just feel like they're really out of the way. So you can see how much spectral agonies I'm being targeted by, which is why I was very careful about sending Jorah ahead in the previous map. If I thought I was going to be getting these, I would have grabbed a Signet of Capture to get Oath Shot. Well, that guy's going to be annoying. I'm going to shoot this engineer for a little bit. That guy's Warling defense down, maybe, probably, looks like it. Dear goodness. 20 of this damage, like I'm hitting this thing for so little damage because like barrage is plus 20, right? That's a big hit. And these guys were jerks. I don't know if like Ryder like may have died at this point or anything. I don't know, I'm just experimenting. Does look like Jorah's energy has been better. Okay, they're both whirling defensed. Those bars are actually pretty nasty. In theory, because they can Oath Shot to keep whirling defense going the entire time. Don't remember if their expertise is actually good enough for that, though. This is definitely a really long sidetrack because we need to go all the way down there. So this is like probably barely worth doing. It's probably better to come back when you have like a Zaishin quest for doing this or something. But yeah, that makes sense. I figured I might as well, you know? Please do put Mark of Subversion on me. I don't think this character can even make it trigger. Is it because I'm slash monk that they're even bothering? Okay. Well, that well was ugly to walk through for some of us, but... yeah. I tried to switch bows to get longer range and didn't need it, and bow didn't switch, so... Always good to see an energy surge get interrupted. This is a spot where having an elemental bow would actually be quite handy. I think these guys have really bad expertise. I don't know. Maybe I just got lucky and hit 2 bow shots in a row through a 75% block chance. That's also a possibility. All I know is jade bows are not as annoying as corn and archers. Major absorption. Wow, that's not worth anything. Hey, Ryder.
You honor me.
Should be able to just head up this way, right? Trigger the dialogue and then up. Well, I found the Inquisitor. I don't know where you think you're going. Okay, I was a little surprised it didn't try chain lightning again earlier, but it's cool that you can do that. It is definitely a long trek. Not entirely worth it, if you ask me, but I have to go all the way back up to there. Terrible. That one I already identified. It was bad. Yeah, Desa Lowlands is enormous. And like you said, it is pretty convoluted. Definitely not a map I've spent a ton of time in. I'm going to shrink this slightly. Feels egregiously huge. But yeah, that Desa also is just a map where you're trying to find your way through it and you keep finding cliffs of like, okay, I need to get down there. How do I get down there? Or how do I get up there? Right? Where there's a lot of like twisting around in that way. Okay. Thankfully, charge helped that not be too bad on the return trip. Charger's defenses. Obstructed. Okay, maybe that wasn't surprising. Have you been running into any of the Resurrect gargoyles? I think there's some in that map. It's really amusing to me that they have monster versions of Resurrect that have like different cast times and recharges and stuff. I don't know why they did that, but I'm always afraid that I'm going to accidentally start this boss fight while trying to take care of the side things here. Definitely feel like I'm going to want a solution to the blocking that these guys do. I don't know what I'm going to want that to be. Maybe it's not super important, honestly. Well, some of them are distinctly worse versions of Resurrect. That's the thing. Right. Major absorption I already know is not worth anything because superior absorption hasn't been worth anything for years. And there's no reason anyone would use that over the better version. There's no cost. Okay. Hello, Kerbin. Please buy all of this junk off of me. Thank you. Fresh identification kit for the back pocket. I need to move this. Enter a mission. I'm gonna stick it up here, I guess. Not a beautiful spot for it, but it can live there and work. I don't think I need to change anything. I feel like my team works just fine, so. Yeah. Actually, hang on. Let's just bring this. There's a chance that I'll run into a skill that I want to capture here. If I wasn't literally right at the start, I wouldn't have bothered, but I can potentially get Melander's arrows, which I'm going to need to capture off of a dwarf. Or, which, I don't have no idea why they have Melander's arrows, if you're thinking about this logically. But, well, I stopped 2 out of 3, so that ain't bad. Where was I? But yeah, Melander's arrows are potentially barring that oath shot. It's not like I was using Res Sig, so probably. I hope I don't need Res Sig. If I need Res Sig, something's gone horrendously wrong. That's all I'm saying. Okay, well, I stopped the third one. That feels important in some way. Hang on. The bridge. I need to cross the bridge, not go off into Tengu territory off to the side. Ah. I saw he was doing it, but I wasn't able to stop him in time. Bridges are weird, and that was obstructing me like crazy. Okay. Successful stopping of Giant Stomp. I can be pleased with that. Oh, look. I mean, I'm probably not going to actually use it, but might as well get it unlocked. Oh, I have it already. Never mind. When did I capture that? I don't have Oath Shot, do I? No. So there's a chance I'll get Oath Shot. That's fine. When did I get Melandra's arrows? Well, I'll tell you what I'm not going to do. I'm not going to watch all of my VODs back to figure out when I got Melandra's arrows, because that does not sound like a good use of my personal time. But if you want to do that, you're certainly welcome to. It's like they're winding up for a big sneeze. You know? You ever done that? Like, have a big sneeze that you wind up for? It must have been... The only thing I can figure is it was... I must have gotten it in Grunt's footprint, probably. Ages ago. These frost giants are annoying. Look at a light. Yeah, I've heard that some people have a photosensitive thing that triggers sneezing. I don't think that happens with me, but I find it interesting that that is a trigger. I was hearing about that somewhat recently. I've heard both, actually. I've heard that looking alike can both trigger sneezes and make them go away, depending upon the person. There's a lot of things that are like, depending upon the person, which is important to acknowledge. Eventually the minions will catch up with us. Man, that thing just plummeted in health as soon as its mark of protection wore off. I'm glad I switched out Cora over to Zealous Benediction, though. I think she's going to be a lot smarter about actually... Like, it's just a better skill for her to be using. That's what I'm getting at. A gold longbow. Will that be any good? More in now-ish. Silencing bowstring is not terrible. I could see wanting a silencing recurve bow. I might hang on to that. The rest of it's nothing special, though. Silencing would be particularly useful with broadhead arrow and concussion shot? Is that the name? Yeah, concussion shot is in fact the name. Interesting. We stopped just shy of where that other group would aggro us. Very interesting. Anyway, we'll have to see if the ranger boss spawns when fighting the Mersat. If it does, great. If it doesn't, oh well. It's a little sad how much like certain control elements are just not as useful in PvE because of a lot of different factors. Rangers have a lot of really good control elements. They're basically the physical version of Mesmers. which makes them worse, but, you know. Okay, that thing has mop on it. No point fighting it. That was the last group, right? Am I missing something? Oh, King Jealous open this door for me. Yes. No? Yes. Yeah, clear the city. Okay. Yeah. No. I like how many gold coins these guys are dropping, just because it doesn't take up inventory space. I'm gonna pull the silencing bowstring off. Okay, cool. I gotta keep the thing. That is nice. Excuse me. Some weird throat irritation. If these things were moving that much, they'd probably be dumping that snow, but who cares? It looks cool. I must clear out the stone cemeteries. Or something like that. Ragnar Stonepate is like a cousin or something of King Jealous. That's a long activation time, yeah, 4 seconds. I like to work my way from out here in. Having your attunement interrupted is pretty brutal. Okay. Now it's time to begin clearing out the central area. That is my quest log and not my select nearest item button. Nearest item I have mapped to semicolon/colon. I was like, that looks like a monk staff. That must be a Dolyak master, and I was correct. Okay, we'll have plenty of time to pick those up later. I'm going to leave the heroes here. That hopefully isn't a mistake. Might get knocked down a few times, but like I said, I might get knocked down a few times. Oh my goodness, are you done? You got this. The other side got this. Or maybe the other side's frost giants just decided they wanted to chill. That is also a distinct possibility. Okay, well, we've hit the podcast hour. So when you put on a podcast because nothing is happening. Oh, wow, a dwarven soldier survived. That's pretty rare. Neat. Now we'll see how long the Jade will protect us for. They're hostile to everything. Well, I lit the storm beacon, but those Jade are not making their way in, are they? I mean, I don't really mind. Yeah, they're doing it. I feel like what happens is that it feels like the way that they nerfed it is they added wait commands in between each move command. So it's like, move to this waypoint, then wait there for 30 seconds. Move to this waypoint, then wait there for 30 seconds. Instead of like, move to this waypoint, then this waypoint, then this waypoint. And it feels longer than 30 seconds, but I was just picking a number. I guess we've gotten attacked. It's just fine. I like these guys sitting around a bit longer. Anyway, long and short of it, I'd like them to remove those wait commands if that is in fact what happened. Yeah, that guy is brilliant blue. Yeah, I knew that market protection was coming. I feel like I should have slightly more enchantment removal against these guys, but... Still have a dwarven soldier alive, so... That's something, I suppose. Keep in mind, I'm doing all of this right now to get Restore Life, specifically. It's funny. we will. Yeah, I don't remember them standing around this much back in the day. And what it really feels like is they spawn in and then they have moved to waypoint and then they wait there for like a minute. And I don't know why. But it's just like it makes it so slow and tedious. I'd be very curious to know if that's what's going on. 'Cause it definitely feels like it. Okay, Sycophant. I'm gonna go pick up these robes. Excuse me. Okay. Now I really wish I could investigate that though, because that feels like a perfect explanation for what I've been seeing with this. And I'm curious if it is the explanation. Kind of wish I had precise shot over body shot right now. I've not really been getting much use out of body shot. I don't need the energy. I have enough expertise and whew, stretching. I wonder if 2 Weeks ever watches stream like random people's streams of Guild Wars 1, Guild Wars Reforged, whatever we're calling it these days. Still Guild Wars 1 in my brain, but like, why are these guys just sitting here, right? Like, they're just standing there for like ages and ages. Argus the Scoundrel. Sounds like okay, that's a Necromancer boss. Oh well, Brass Capsig for nothing, but it's not like it's a huge loss, so. I think it's only one Mersat / Jade boss. It might be 2. If it's 2, then there's another chance at it. I'll need to bring a couple Signals of Capture and a Ring of Fire. Potentially. Nope, don't need that going on. Good hex removers. I haven't really been needing antidote signal either. I remember when this did not used to cure one additional condition, and it was a much less good skill. Excuse me. I wouldn't necessarily call it a bad skill per se, but you only wanted it in specific areas back in those days. Ooh, I caught Aura of Faith. And Orson of Healing just got de-shotted, so... The left hand of Grant himself comes for us. I think the dwarves had a little bit more connection to the human gods back when they were doing this. I think they didn't really have a sense of who the gods were at this time. And they kind of like specialized them to humans more later. Kind of the sense that I get. I could cap marker protection, but I am not doing that on this character. Where the heck is King Jealous Ironhammer? Why the heck is King Jealous Ironhammer over here? I hate it when he does this. It's like, it is so boring that it's very easy to accidentally lose track of stuff because you're not engaged. And one of them is King Jealous running off. The goal is to defend King Jealous, so... Your Majesty, could you please go back to your post? You can see why Gwen is known as the Goremonger. Huh? It's like, all the iris flowers are dead. Soon the char will follow. Yeah, King Jealous is fighting on the front lines with Jorah now. Oh my goodness, this is so tedious. Protect the king. The objective. Wait half an hour and protect the king. Okay, I've only been in the map 25 minutes. So maybe my half an hour statement was a little bit off, but it certainly freaking feels like it. Okay, Jealous ran over here. Oh no, that's obstructed. Oh good, Jealous has moved a little bit more like to his normal post. That's good. I'm grateful for that. Yeah, not 100% there, but more like it. Look at those monk skills I could capture that I'm not going to capture. I really want the old version of this back. Wind blowing through the leaves. I wonder if I can kill that jade. Oh, it started to move. Excuse me. These have never felt worth it. They're too slow. But, like, with enough time, I probably could kill that guy. I mean, I definitely could with enough time, but... I mean, the problem is by the time they get here, right, any softening up that you've done with that has, as has been aptly demonstrated, probably vanished due to just regen time. Okay, these guys aren't dilly-dallying too terribly much, so that's nice. Are you here yet, Confessor Dorian? No? Maybe make room in your busy schedule to come visit me? Finish this mission? This'll light a fire and that thing's... whatever. Yeah, I was able to kill that jade bow. It took so freaking long. I was able to hit it 4 times because it was just standing in range. Those things are really clunky to use, so... That guy is getting a lot of health from his life transfer. Wonder what happened if they uncapped regen. Life transfer would give you so much HP per second, it would be absurd. That's for sure. Why is there a black bear aggroed? It's really funny. Like if you're stealing like 7 pips from like 5 people, you could be getting 70 HP per second. Right? Yeah. And that'd just be hilarious. That'd be so much. I wonder if that black bear survives this firing lever. Did. Wow. It's a weird looking black bear. What do you think? Hmm. Yeah, that's an incorrect nameplate. That happens sometimes. In this mission in particular, for some reason. Just an issue that occurs. Don't know why. There it is. The final group. Man, E-Surge is rude. I actually gained energy from that. It was vaguely useful. Amazing. "33 minutes. So it's been almost 10 minutes. 8 minutes, I guess. As I last checked that. Oh, they're going around. Probably okay to go catch them, right? Yeah, I'm not going to. Just want to make sure I don't have any weird things happen. I don't think anything will, but a little bit of caution doesn't hurt. Okay, well, let's go meet him at the gate. That softening up actually held, so that's kind of neat. I've been waiting for you, Confessor Dorian. There we go. I do find it interesting that it's set up to let you explore around the area if you want to. I'm not worrying about cartography on this account, but there's a lot of neat stuff out there. I believe that's the bonus. Yeah. Yay, Ember Light Camp. I'm here finally. Yeah, Shadow, I will take your thing.
May the gods protect you.
Major Blood. Fiery. Don't really need a fiery bowstring. I could see wanting a cold bowstring, but not a fiery one. Okay. DAC is our immediate priority. I don't need this bow. I don't think Major Blood was worth anything, but that's worth checking. Okay. Danlieb. Please take junk. Goodbye. I don't know how many skills I want to be getting off of DAC here. Probably a few. Restore life is the first one I want, though. That's good. have a bunch of these unlocked. Grab some plat. This one I don't, so I might as well buy it. Frozen soil, healing spring, muddy terrain, nature's renewal. Oh, good. Don't have to get quickening zephyr, serpent's quickness, or winter. I'll likely need more sickness of capture as well. Eventually I'll want that, but I don't need it now. And I'm getting pet stuff on a different character. I might as well get fertile season on this character and like the spirits, but a lot of the actual pet stuff. I'm getting out my necro. A revive animal buff is hilarious to me. Okay. Excellence. Excellence. Whew. Well, that was a bit of an effort. How many sickness of capture do I have? 3? I'll need more than 3. I might as well spend whatever funds I have remaining on sickness of capture. Okay, that was 2. Okay, so that's a bunch of things unlocked. That's good. I'm going to do a elite check on Perdition Rock for Ranger. Crippling shot, which I believe I already got. I am correct. Off of Melandru's Cursed. Quick shot, which I also already have. Excuse me. Cool. I think this means I actually don't need to do any capturing here. Just one last glance over things. Yeah, that certainly seems to be how it looks. Oh, ban. Got a bad tickle in my throat. I'll leave the Sign of Capture on because I don't see a reason not to, but one moment. Okay, well, I think that helped a little bit, but not as much as I would hope. Okay. I want to go to the Ring of Fire. I still need Oath Shot. I'd have it in Expertise if I didn't. Still need it. And I can get Incendiary Arrows from Ring of Fire as well. So I have 2 skills I want to go get there. You can see this has quite a lot of natural regen. I will kill it eventually this way, though. It's safe. I like that you can do this with like a flat bow or longbow from outside of the range of the Ether Seals. In quite a few spots, in fact. Acolyte Jin should theoretically be able to help me here, but I don't want to muck with trying to figure out how to tell her to do that. Well, my party had some Hydras to take care of anyway. That's a sigh of me not looking forward to having to get additional characters through Thunderhead Keep. I'm pretty sure I have several that need to make it through there still. It's just so tedious. There's the... yeah, we've gone about 4 hours. I usually like to go around 4 to 5, aiming more towards the lower end of that. So I will probably do Ring of Fire and then wrap up after doing that. So sorry, I was having to manage stuff. I really do need to be replacing this mouse pad. I say like every stream, and then continue to not do it. It really has its biggest problems while I'm streaming. I think there's just something about the angle that I'm at that exacerbates it. So. Yeah, I'll probably go to about 4 p.m. my time is what my guess is. That's a reasonable time to stop. It's been a good stream, though. Made some really good progress. Getting a character through THK is always good progress. It's like you dreaded it back in the day because it was so hard. Excuse me. And you dread it now because it's so tedious and long. These inner council guys just come out of nowhere. I think that's fine, but it's like we really don't know much about the White Mantle, you know? Got some good loot to pick up before I go do that. Turn in or advance the quest. Okay, maybe not good loot, but got some loot to pick up that's got some color to it. Okay, Captain Grumby. Okay, I am actually going to go ahead and just slap on 2 signals to capture here. I think that's all that I need. Both shot and incendiary arrows, right? Oh, spike trap. Interesting. Okay, hang on. This is why we check wikis. Yeah, okay. There should be 3 elites for me here. Incendiary arrow, spike trap, and... okay. I'm gonna actually pull a point away from expertise to get some more wilderness survival. Let's do this. I think that's gonna make sense. Okay. Yeah, this is do I need to clear anything in my inventory? I do need to identify some things in my inventory. Identify that, and then I'll identify all on these. Hail. Excuse me. This is reasonable for in illusion magic caster. Okay, yeah, that's not worth Bumpkus. Nobody is using major elementalist runes. I don't know if I'm gonna want that staff or not. I'm gonna go ahead and stick it off. Nikki Cash, Jake King. Excuse me, I would like to sell some stuff to you. Forgot about Spike Trap. You can get Spike Trap in other places, but if I'm gonna, like, I'm gonna be here, so I might as well pick it up. Yeah, these are slightly weaker, and that's fine. Thank you for the random 500 experience. If I didn't feel like I needed BIP for a lot of the casters, I would absolutely be dropping Elias right now. But I guess he gets to continue joining in. Okay, let's see. I should be able to get all 3 of these elites in one go. Go ahead and lead them off. Braknar Ironhammer. Okay, well, this one just wants to die, I guess. A few of them want to die. I'm okay with this. Sometimes you have to tell the AI to stop aggroing enemies that are following a script and are therefore not actually attacking you. This area can be a little dangerous. Can't wait to watch all of those skills get taken out by Marauder Shot. Ow. Okay, well, I'm at least safe. A bit energy challenged. Are you thunderclapping reliably? Maybe? No? Not really? Okay. There's a thunderclap target. It's weird to have spec'd an attribute for skills I don't yet have, but here we are. I have done so. Probably really should have replaced this with Wild Blow now that I'm thinking about it, but I don't want to reset and change it, so. I want to lock you on that and aggro. Definitely past a break point in expertise. That kind of sucks to not be at anymore, but. Rein them back in for the future. Oh, I didn't swap to the boa that I wanted properly. That happens. I wanted my flat bow, but here we are. The boss is typically inside there somewhere. Yeah, good old backbreaker. Yeah, you can see the Spirit of Primal Echoes, which is a sign of the boss. Might do the bonus. I don't really need the bonus is the thing. But I'd be in the area anyway, so at least activate it. Where did it go? Probably a little bit deeper in. I think it's a fairly reliable spawn. Right? I mean, the Primal Echoes is there, so it should be 2, right? Oh, it might have a weird long patrol path. Yeah, there's Vold Painbrain. So it has a long patrol path where it's walking around this way. Usually I see them swapped in their position, so this one's the one that has a long patrol path, and then I'll like do stuff here and then come back around and be like, oh, why is this guy here now all of a sudden? It's gonna be the ranger boss this time, so that's not confusing at all. Whoa, lights just flickered, it looked like. Yeah, at these expertise levels, body shot starts looking a lot better. I passed the threshold in the cost of my skills by taking as many points out of expertise as I did. Got them all. I probably really didn't need to spec into Wilderness Survival now that I'm thinking about it, but yeah, decisions were made. I'm living with them. Can't I hit it from further away? No. I don't have the height advantage necessary for that, I guess. Well, that helped. I will say. Oh, some igneous Ettins were still over there. Interesting. Well, it's fine. If I don't end up making use of that trap, I'll just go off in a minute and a half. Okay. Time for something truly terrifying. Spiders. For those who have never gone here, the spiders are absolutely devastating. Barrage is really good against wastrels. You can just spam it before wastrels goes off. Which is nice, I suppose. Yeah, he got off the shield of deflection, not on himself though, which is kind of nice. Okay, I don't mind interrupting Scourge Healing. It's not a highest priority skill, but Essence Bond is a weird choice. The only reason I'm going in here would ever go back this way is to capture skills or to map. And we're not mapping, so we're here to capture incendiary arrows. This area is so treacherous. These spiders will absolutely ruin your day. It's not as bad as it used to be. Incendiary arrows used to be a preparation that made all of your bow attacks hit and interrupt. But you couldn't keep it up 100% of the time. It was like 40% uptime or something. But you'd come in here and you'd get pelted, set on fire, and unable to cast any spells because you're getting hit so freaking much. Okay, so there's several different spawn locations, I believe, for Cassis. So we're going to have to figure out which one we got. Hopefully, there's apparently a small chance that it doesn't spawn as well, which would be awful. Looks like we might have a deeper one, unfortunately. Because I'm not seeing a spawn over there. Yeah, okay, there's Cassis Flame Web. So that's what we're going in here for. Then we'll go back out and go in the front entrance because it's less dangerous than this back route. This back route is friggin' a detour through Mount Doom. This is like going, yeah. Of course, they used Rider's defenses. That's another reason I should have brought Wild Blow on Jorah. Or an Assassin. Or a Dervish. A way to get rid of stances. Or a team that just doesn't care about stances as much. Inaptitude would be great here if I had it. Of course, that if is doing a lot of heavy lifting. Okay, I don't trust this group of lava spitters not to be a problem, so we're going for them. They made incendiary arrows into a sort of pseudo-barrage skill. So it's less dangerous than the interrupt version. More useful. Kind of both somehow. Oh, now that was a beautiful barrage. Splinter barrage. Doing the splinter barrage thing. What if I came up next to you and I did this? Okay, here's what we came here for. Probably want to swap the order of these. This is an absolutely ridiculous bar by the end of it. My goodness. It's like I could continue in there, but I'd have to fight these lava imps of horrible death and doom, and I'd much, much rather not. Like, why? Why do that to myself? I'm trying to move through here while also screenshotting it, and it's not working as well as I would like. Hopefully that last one is where I wanted it. It's neat looking. I'm always thinking of thumbnail potential as well when I'm playing, because I need a thumbnail for the stream. Okay. Get my long range projectiles going. So compared to Barrage, this doesn't hit as many foes, but it's near your target, and this is adjacent to your target. And this also removes preparations, while Incendiary Arrows doesn't. So Incendiary Arrows also has a much longer recharge. Could you shoot that for me, Acolyte Jin? Can you not figure out how to get close enough? You don't really need wilderness survival to make this skill do its most useful thing. The setting on fire is not the important part. I really should not have spec'd in wilderness survival, but here we are. Okay. Cleared one of those. You reached that. This one. I don't know. Okay, this is still outside of its range. It's within Acolyte Jin's aggro range, so I want her locked on the Ether Seal with me. Okay. Coventina the Matron. There's like 3 more boss spawn locations. We have the Mesmer back there. Maida, Coventina, and then Bridge spawn, and then we'll have the other. I don't know. There's got to be 2 more locations because you can find all of them are SOT bosses in this particular mission. I just don't remember 100% how it lines up. Okay, I'm gonna flag everybody back here. Well, now I wish I had Antidote Signet, eh? Mildly, anyway. Barrage is definitely like more raw damage than Incendiary Arrows, but Incendiary Arrows is the fact that it works with preparations gives it some additional flexibility. And it has a larger area of effect, which also is nice. Works really well with the Exploding Arrows one and Mark of Rodgort. And by really well, I mean that's a thing that you can absolutely try doing. More than it's actually good, but, you know. I actually need to flag everyone over. The problem if you don't come over is that the Ether Seal is actually on this side, so the tower will block the seal and you won't be able to hit it. Okay. We got a Karen the Troubling there. I don't remember which Karen is the warrior and which one's the... one I need. Go get it. Jorah. Everyone else is kind of wasting their time. Jorah can do a good job. No, everyone else is having to protect us from the Mersat that decided to attack us. How worried do I need to be on a scale of 1 to 10? Probably a 2. Seems like they've mostly been taken care of at this point. Okay. Right, Eidolon spawn. I understand, Vec, why you wouldn't use certain skills, but why did you splinter weapon when we're fighting one foe? Hello, Pickle Menace? I'm not sure how to handle your multiple E's, but thank you. It is nice to stream Guild Wars 1 as well. Just Menace? Okay, Pickle Menace. I see. So you couldn't be Menace without the extra E, yeah? Was somebody else already a Pickle Menace? That'll happen sometimes too. Yep. So the real question is, are you a menace to pickles or a pickle that is a menace? As I slowly run this pile of guts back to the seer in order to be able to manage to get the bonus. You're a pickle menace to society. The other question is, what are you a pickled of? You can pickle all sorts of things. Or maybe you're a menace to society that was pickled. I'm overanalyzing this, but it's fun to do. Man, charge is nice. Pickles, whipped cream, and cinnamon together. Huh. Not sure what to think of that one. Okay, Ancient Seer. I don't have enough armor for you to, like, give me anything for this, but, like, you can give me 1,000 experience points. Okay. Wonder what the story behind these Eidolons is. Because they're the important thing here, right? I don't know why they need Eidolon guts in order to be able to infuse either. I feel like that's something that if it was possible to know, I probably would have known it, but I don't know that it is. I don't know if they ever get into any explanation. Something about, like, ancient properties or tissues or something, I think, probably. I'd have to double check the actual dialogue on Iron Mines of Muladun. Okay, time to go open a door and then see if I have the Karen that I need. Oh, man. That skybox looks cool. What a neat view. Okay. Take advantage of charge from Jorah. Oh, let me guess. Elias? No, not Elias. Jin? No. Talcora? What is Talcora doing all the way back there? Maybe she was doing stuff. I've been playing the game since a few months after it came out in 2005. I've been playing the stream for a little over 4.5 hours, so I don't know entirely which question you're asking. This is my newer account, though. So this account I've had for 2 or 3 years, I guess. 2.5. Yeah, I didn't start playing Guild Wars 1 in the beta, but it was a few months after. So it was like September, October 2005 that I started playing, and it came out in April. So I have been playing it for a long time. But I got this particular account when the game had gone on sale a couple of years ago, around Thanksgiving, Black Friday sort of time. Decided to finally get a second account, so it didn't have all skills unlocked, and I've been in the process of correcting that. That's kind of a sort of directed challenge run, I guess you could say. This character's name is Sophelia Mori. Mori being the Japanese word for forest. Seemed apt for a ranger. Particularly, I believe this is a Canthan ranger. I mean, I've been streaming this game for ages, so you may have caught one of my old VODs on YouTube, for example, as well. I also did a with Reforged, I did a video of tips and tricks for newer players, or whomever would benefit from it. That did decent numbers, so you may have seen that. Is this the cairn I need? It is. Excellent. And I did a skill review project where I gave review scores to all of the skills. So that saw a lot of views. I did something called a slow playthrough, where I played through looking for all of the lore and other things. That is done decently well. Nothing like the good old 4 Elite bar. Yeah, there's 2 bosses up ahead. That's right. That's how this works. Warrior and Elementalist, I think, is what I'm going to be finding up here. I was keeping track right. Yeah, I play all of the professions, though there's some that I like better than others. Isn't there a second boss here? Huh. Maybe I overlooked something. It doesn't matter. I got the bosses that I needed, and that's what matters. And what is with this geometry? Like, seriously. I do like playing Monk. I was actually playing Monk earlier in the stream. But then I wanted to get Restore Life, and I discovered that the skill trainers that have it are either... What's-his-face? Dak in Emberlight Camp. I don't feel any need to watch that cutscene. That's not what I'm doing. Either Dak and Emberlight Camp, or this character is a factions character, and I have not gone backwards. So it's like Borlis Pass, Greenwich Courthouse, and Dak. And I'm like, oh. Well, I know where I'm going. Okay, let's get this wilderness survival out of here. I don't want it. I want my expertise. But that was... I've been going for a little over 4.5 hours now. That's kind of what I was planning on doing for today. So you unfortunately joined right when I was wrapping up, but that happens. I don't think there's anything I need to capture from Abaddon's. I do need to get to Hell's Precipice to be able to capture that. Greater conflagration there. That's a later me consideration. I'll just slap on a Resic for now, I guess. I stream on Fridays. So usually just once a week. I'll clear out my inventory before I fully finish, I suppose. Highly salvageable, A. Hmm. All right. Yeah, so I normally try to start around noon Pacific, I guess. I'm in the Pacific time zone, so roughly 4 hours ago. I enjoy streaming Guild Wars 1. Alright, let's deposit some materials, and I think all the rest of this is just stuff to merchant. Yes. Probos. Yeah, well, let me tell you, the stuff that ArenaNet's been doing has definitely been helping. With the Reforged update, and they made it Steam Deck compatible. You can play it with a controller if you want to. I don't, but you can. They're bringing it to mobile this summer, which, again, not something I personally care about, but is a huge deal for making it accessible. Yeah, I think there's a good chance of it. I think there's a good chance of probably not a campaign in the traditional sense of like standalone campaign, but I could very much so see another expansion like we had with Eye of the North, sort of thing. I mean, probably not quite that, but they've been like various priorities, and one of those priorities is learning the tool sets again and like developing their knowledge of how to build stuff. So I don't know if you've seen the new dungeons that they released. I was checking those out the past couple weeks, but they have one near Piken in post-searing, and they added a Piken Square to pre-searing Ascalon, a Piken Square outpost there, and there's another dungeon there as well, which is really cool. So they've been adding stuff. I've certainly been appreciative. Yeah, they did new dungeons. Yeah. Check out the game updates. They there's a bunch of skill updates that they did. Like Marauder Shot, I'm using because it's now 5 energy, and like plus 55 damage at my 15 marksmanship. So it's like a lot stronger. They buffed Boon Signet. They touched a bunch of different skills actually. Market Protection is now 15-second recharge with a quarter-second cast time, which is strong. There's been a lot of other ones. They made this 10 energy instead of 5, but it doesn't really fix the underlying core issues with that skill. Withdraw Hexes is now an additional 2-second recharge for each hex removed, 5 energy, and just a 50% failure chance with Divine Favor 4 or less. So it's like significantly more usable. I don't know that's good exactly, but if you're in an area with a lot of hexes, it's now actually worth using. I was testing it earlier, and Healer's Covenant gets to -4 energy at high spec, and they reduced the healing prayers or the healing cost to 20% reduction instead of, I think it was like 25. So it's like 1 energy healing whispers felt super worth it. So that was something I was experimenting around with earlier, and I'm like, oh, this actually feels like it's worth using now. Because like your Vigorous Spirit, that's not going to have its healing impacted, and that's 1 energy to cast. Even like Jamie's Gaze or Heal Other at 6 energy, you don't mind the 20% off when it's 6 energy. So it's like, oh, this is actually, and it like there's no downside with Healing Breeze, so that's just 6 energy Healing Breeze, and it's like, okay, this feels actually pretty good. So there's a number of skills that they've tweaked with Monk, in sort of that regard. What are some of the other? Oh yeah, there's some really exciting stuff with Ritualist. I probably don't have those skills unlocked on this account, but if you look, what's particularly exciting about this is some precedent stuff that they're adjusting, which I think is fairly exciting. but if you look under Ritualist, they made Ghostly Weapon 3 energy. And they also made... let's see, Wielder's Zeal is not the one. Wielder's Remedy is also 3 energy, and it's 2 conditions. So it's like they've experimented around with... And Weapon of Remedy, also 3 energy, and removes 2 conditions. So they've experimented around with adding a few 3 energy skills to the game. I'm like, yes, open up, because the brackets of like 0, 1, which was added later as well, but basically like 0, 5, 10, 15, and 25 for energy, having everything hard set in those brackets made it like you were just throwing away an avenue for balancing skills. And I'm like, yes, thank you for beginning to open this up and beginning to experiment some with this. I want to see more, because there's so many skills that are like when I think of Shield of Deflection, right? Oh, they also buffed Divert Hexes, but when I think of Shield of Deflection, I'm like, this is not a 10 energy skill. This is like a 7, maybe 8 energy skill, not a 10 energy skill. It's not a 5 energy skill either. It's too strong for 5 energy, but it's not quite strong enough for 10. And so, like, if they start, like, experimenting with some of those costs, they could really balance a lot of things a lot better. And so that's, like, super exciting to see that they're playing around with that territory, at least to me. So, but yeah, they added new dungeons. They've also added Devona and the Ghost of Althea as heroes that you can get as rewards for completing those dungeons. So, the dungeons are only accessible in Reforged mode, which is like their test bed for changes that they're making, which is going to eventually be the main way of playing the game, and then like veteran status will apply to like the way the game has been. And that has like some additional like tweaks and stuff to it, but they're kind of like segregating stuff there. So, but it's very cool. So when you make a new character, I think it by default might be Reforged now, and then you can opt out. You can also just none of these characters are that young. You can also just change out of or change into Reforged mode in Lion's Arch. So if you go to LA or any of the like big cities, you can go and change into Reforged mode. And I think you can like leave the Melandrius Covenant, but not like I think there's the Doom and Melandria one that I think you can leave at that, but you can't join at that. You might be able to join the Doom one if you don't have any deaths on your character, but yeah. So they've been doing a lot of stuff, So I recommend checking out the update notes and things. So, and like my last 2 streams were me looking at the update stuff and whatnot. And the new dungeon maps are really pretty. They did a really great job with the environment art on those. But anyway, I'm going to go ahead and be wrapping up my stream here. Thank you for dropping by, Pickle Menace. Thank you for everyone else who's watched. Yep, you take care, Ra. But yeah, thank you everyone for watching. I really appreciate it. And until next time, everyone, take care and goodbye.